Welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in today's video, we will be talking you through the MERN stack. We will be learning about MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and Node.js. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. MERN is a JavaScript-based software stack for creating dynamic web pages and online applications. MERN application can be developed in one language for both server-side and client-side execution because all the components of the MERN stack supports JavaScript programming. So let's see what we are going to learn in this course. First, we'll see what is MongoDB and how to install it. After that, we'll see advantages and disadvantages of MongoDB. Moving ahead, we'll see what is Express.js. After that, we'll see the features of Express.js and then how to install Express.js. Moving ahead, we'll see how to create an Express.js REST API, and after that, we will see what is React.js. Moving ahead, we'll see the features of React.js and how to connect server side to the client side. And then we'll see what is Node.js, its use cases, and its industrial trends.
Hello everybody, and welcome you all. So today, as you know it very well, we're going to start working with the MongoDB, and this particular topic which we have already decided to work on, it is very interesting in this current scenario, because if you see carefully, many companies are moving towards NoSQL database, and there is a reason behind this why MongoDB is very popular. So it is not actually replacing your existing RDBMS which is there in the market, but it is giving you complete different approach where you can be completely free from all those restrictions what a traditional RDBMS is going to offer it to you. So in this particular tutorial, we will be learning what MongoDB is all about and their advantages and some practical demonstrations. So let's get started now. So here in MongoDB, we would like to discuss about what is a MongoDB. So as we know, the MongoDB is known to be a traditional document-based database, okay, which stores the data in a document. Okay, NoSQL means it doesn't say like no to SQL. Instead, it says not only SQL. That means it is not only SQL, but it is supporting the other approaches too. Okay, so the document based, when you talk about it, actually represents the typical hierarchical relationship using the single records. That means how the records are related with each other. So that's how exactly it represents. And it is a pure schema free environment, so that you really do not need to have a schema before you go and develop this program. So it is a pure schemaless environment. Due to that, it is giving you far more better flexibility when you talk about completely unorganized environment. So what is NoSQL? So here's the idea about a NoSQL. So it is completely into the non-relational database. Like traditionally, if you see any non-relational database, you talk about typical NoSQL, it's purely into the document base. Here, NoSQL does not use any tables like in rows and columns. A traditional RDB-based approach, if you see, there they are using a complete table structure, like they talk about columns, they talk about rows and all about. So here in NoSQL, it stores the relationship data in the documents. So the different type of NoSQL databases are available, like you talk about document based, you talk about key value based, you talk about white column based and graph based. Different options are available for the NoSQL, but the one which we are using it, MongoDB, it is a purely document based database. Now here we would like to go ahead with some demonstrations, like talking about like how MongoDB installation works and the other aspects. Okay everyone, so now we're going to start working on the first option called MongoDB installation. Okay, see, MongoDB installation is very simple. If you open a website and go for this website name called MongoDB download. If we talk about MongoDB download, you're going to see the official website called MongoDB community download is available. When you click here, so you can see it is taking the current version to 4.4.6. macOS, it by default detected my platform. However, you can select, depends on which platform you have it, and after that you will be clicking on this download. Okay, so it will get ready for, if you are from Windows, I would say in this Windows you can select appropriate option. Like two options are available. You can talk about MSI or talk about zip. My recommendation is you can stick to the zip portion, because it won't start any MongoDB services behind the scene. That is really helpful, because you really do not want the MongoDB to be there running unnecessary, even if it is not required. My suggestion is to stick to the zip file. So here, once the MongoDB is there, so you will be seeing there are two files available inside the MongoDB folder inside the bin. So once you download the zip, you will find two different type of files are available. Let me mention those. So inside the bin folder, you will see two files. One is called MongoD. Okay, the other file which is available called Mongo. MongoD is to basically start the MongoD server, and the Mongo is actually the client which will connect with the MongoD. Clear? So if you are in Windows environment, so once you are inside this bin folder of your zip file, you will get the MongoD. So you have to double click on this. It will start a new command prompt. So you do not need to do anything further. Just minimize this command prompt and go inside the bin folder again and click on the another binary file called Mongo. So it will get start as a client. Okay, since I am using the MacBook, here the concept is little different about how MongoDB can be used. Okay, so this is just a basic way of how the Mongo is being used into your code. Okay everyone, so now as we are in the MacBook, so here to start MongoDB we have a very special way to start with. So here I'll start with my terminal, and here I would like to paste one very simple command to start my MongoDB database, that is called MongoD. And after that you have to say --db path. It is the place where your database will be starting. And one more important thing I forgot to mention, like MongoD would not start automatically inside your Windows machine unless inside your C drive you have to create a new folder name called data, and under this you have to create a new folder name called db, because automatically when the MongoD starts, it looks inside the C drive data inside a db folder. There your all records will get stored. So do not forget, whenever you're trying to use the MongoD, so you must have this particular folder structure in place in your local machine. Otherwise this is not gonna start. Every time you start your MongoD without this location, it automatically terminates. So to avoid those, make sure that you have this DataDB folder ready with you. However, you can also change the location of this particular folder structure, for which we will discuss it little later on. But as of now, we can see I'm giving my location that is called --db path /datadb. I hit enter. You can see now my MongoDB is starting now, and since it's stuck, so I have to start the new terminal now. So here I'll open another tab and type Mongo, and the moment I type Mongo, now you can see it is now connected with my MongoDB, and now it is ready. That's the first thing you need to remember. Okay, now to check which other databases are available to you, so you can just type show DBS. So it will show you the number of databases which are already there inside your existing newly installed MongoDB. But you can go back and create new database too. Here you can see some databases are already present. However, you go back and create the new databases into your system. And to create this database, we have a very simple option available here, name called use SimpliDB. If I say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates this database and take you inside. Let's see. Now you can see you say use SimpliDB, it automatically creates, though it is not there, but automatically takes you in while creating those. Okay, so that means you are in current database name called SimpliDB. So if you're not sure which database you are in, so you can just type DBS or DB and it will show you that your current database is SimpliDB. That's it. So your database is set and we are all good to go ahead with our next level development. Hello everybody and welcome back. In a previous videos you have seen like how to create a database and how to identify whether my database is there or not. So if you remember, previously we have created our database using use keyword. So if I just see my databases which we have created last time, so how we can check this out? We can say show space DBS. Okay, so you can see we have got database list, but we do not have any database which we have created last time is registered here. That's quite surprising because when we have created our database, it should be listed here, but it is not. Let's do one more time. I'm saying use SLDB and I'm saying switch to SLDB. Now when I say once again show DBS, so I still don't see my database is listed here. There is a reason. The reason is according to the MongoDB rule, unless we have minimum one record or collection is stored inside my MongoDB, it really can't show in the list. Now I want to tell you about a few important things. Now here when we talk about called MongoDB, in this MongoDB compared to the relational database, here the table which is actually in RDBMS it is called, here it is called collection. Okay, DB is still called DB here. Okay, that means the database will be still called database, but row, what you use this word in a traditional RDBMS, here it is known as called document. If you remember, I told you like it is a document based database. So here every single record what you try to insert, it is not called a typical row, it is instead called a document. So every table is called collection and every single row it is called document. That's what exactly the difference is. Okay, now here once it is ready, we will go ahead and talk about our next feature now. Well, we have to basically go and create a new collection. Okay, so what you can say, db dot create collection, and here I can pass my collection name. I can say demo collection. So once it is done, I can see it is collection is created. In typical language I can say the table is created, and now when I try to see same show DBS, I can see my database is now listed. Okay, that's how exactly it works. So the very simplest way of how we use in my code. Well, in our previous examples we have seen like how we can create a collection and we can give the name, and I can see the details are listed when I say show DBS. But there's again another alternative option available where you can just do that without even saying db.create collection. Well, if I want to create a collection, I really don't need this particular functionality called create collection. I can directly use this statement name called db.sl student dot insert, and here we would like to add the property like a name, and here we can say admin. Now what does that meaning is? When you say db.slstudent.insert and I hit enter, you can see this uninserted one, and surprisingly when you try to say press enter, you will see this SL student is not a collection which we have created earlier. So what this line does, this line not only create the collection for you, but also add a record inside with this property called name, because that is a MongoDB, and MongoDB is always following the JSON based structure, and due to that it goes with the key and value pairs. So DB is a predefined keyword, SL student is a collection name, insert is a command through which you are trying to insert a record. Now to check how many collections are there. Okay, so we have one property called show collections. When I say show collections, I can list down those number of collections, or else I can say tables in a typical RDBMS language which are there added in my system. So SL student, in which I can see the record is inserted. So if I want to confirm, I can simply say db.sl student.find. Find is a function through which I can list down those number of records which are added. I say find, and you can see that the records are received. At the same time, when I say db dot the name called demo collection, okay, db.democollection.find, I'll find no record. Reason because this collection was created but there was no record which was inserted in. But you will see when I write this command called slstudent.insert, it not only create a new collection for me but also insert the record into my table, also called a collection. That's where exactly it is giving you the advantage when you want the collections to be created along with the data. This is the way how you can really do this. Clear? But whenever you talk about db.createCollection, many people always think about what is the significance of having this db.createCollection. Look, db.createCollection is having its own significance. We never recommend this technique, okay, to create a collection, because when you create a collection you always bring some restrictions, some terminology which missed out whenever you talk about this line. So having this db.createCollection, you can also offer some additional capping which is not possible when you use db.collectionName.insert. So you might be thinking what those cappings you're talking about. Let me try to brief you. When I say db.createCollection, and here we are providing the first name called suppose student. Okay, when I say student, so after this is student, additional parameters what we can pass is this. When I say capped colon true, what we say capped colon true, so you are enabling the capping. After that, the next parameter I'm going to pass, that is known as called size. In this size we are providing the size, suppose I'm saying 5 to 4, and also we are saying 2880, that is the size of 5 MB, and here we are giving call max colon 5. What exactly that meaning is? See, the meaning is very simple. Whenever we try to bring this create collection option, so capping true means you are enabling the capping. So what does that meaning is? It is trying to say in this particular collection name called student, maximum number of documents can be either 5 or less than 5. Clear? And the collective size of documents cannot be increased to more than 5 MB. That means you're trying to say either by adding the total number of 5 records, the collective size of 5 documents will reach to 5 MB, okay, or else the maximum number of 5 documents can be stored. So whichever fills earlier. You may have a total number of 4 documents which are pretty heavy and they reach to the size 5 MB, and beyond that the next document won't be added, or else you can have the 5 documents which has not yet even reached. So any option will help you to achieve this. So that's where exactly you can offer the capping, but this is only possible when the user is trying to say db.create collection. This option is not possible when you're trying to use this. So that's the benefit of having this db.create collection, and this is what we always recommend. Well, now we would like to talk about our next feature here inside the same MongoDB. So we now know how to create a collection, how to create a database, and how to switch from one database to the another database. Now we will tell you like how to insert a document. So far we have already seen how to insert a document inside the MongoDB. Now we would like to also show you how we can insert the documents using multiple techniques. So remember one thing, MongoDB comes with two different type of documents. One is called relational document and second is called embedded document. Mostly while working with MongoDB, we always recommend you to use embedded documents because that helps you to scale up your application without any hurdle. Okay, the embedded documents means what? That means the I would say the parent record as well as the child records both stores in the same location. Fine. So how exactly that is? Let's take a look about this example. Here we would like to insert some records by saying db.student. I do not have a student collection, but I'm just telling you db.student.insert. Here we would like to add some records. What I'm trying to say, the registration number. I'm just saying 1, 2, 3, 4. You can give anything. Now the next one we will talk about called name. This name we can say student1, followed by the next one. I'm talking about which course the student has registered, so we can say course. Inside this course we would like to say the course name. So let's say course name. We are giving the course name called MCA. Okay, followed by another property called duration. Okay, I'm giving this duration is called 3 years, like that. After that, this curly braces is closing. That means, see, the idea is like you see the course is an embedded document because from course you have got few more properties like in course name and duration. I'm closing this and starting the another property, and that is called address. Okay, sorry, let me remove from here and from address. And address we can say one more curly braces, and inside this address we can say city. I'm giving the name called what? Bangalore. The another one we are using that is called state. Let me remove this state colon KE. Okay, and the third property we're using that is known as called country. Here is saying IE, that is called India. So it is closing here. Okay, and it is closing here. So the inner document and outer document both are closed. Hit enter and now you can see the records are inserted. One thing you might notice, the course and the address, these two are embedded documents and they do not have any primary key of its own. Instead, the course and address both are directly dependent on the student object or the student database. So I will say student have the registration number, fine, and the primary key. So the primary key will be associated with the most outer document and the inner documents are directly associated with them. And now when I try to say db dot student dot find. You can see now the records are fetched. I can understand many of you are thinking every time while adding the record we do not add any object ID, and here you might have observed and there also you have observed. Then what exactly that ID is? Now let me brief you. This ID is nothing but a unique primary key your MongoDB has offered you. That means MongoDB says whichever data you're inserting it. So by default with every single document, MongoDB will associate this by default property called underscore ID, which you can't even ignore. However, you can override. I haven't provided any underscore ID as a property because this is a predefined property associated with every single MongoDB document. If you want to override it, you can override from this value to any value, because if you do not pass any value, this value will be automatically provided. That is a typical hexadecimal value. However, if you want to override it, you can override the value of underscore ID, but you can't change the key name. Let's try with some another record. So same record, if I try to add, let's go, I'm using call student2, and here I'm saying 1 2 3 4 5. Here if I want to override it, I can just say underscore ID colon. Now I can give the value called what, 101. This you need to remember. So I'm overriding this value with 101. Now adding it, now records are added. Now let me call find. Now you see this time the records when I fetched. So in this record, the first record contains a default underscore ID. In the second record, it is the one which I have provided. And remember one thing, in MongoDB, you really can't offer any property other than underscore ID as a primary key. Here there is no concept of having the like in composite key which you used to do in traditional RDBMS. Here you have only underscore ID, and this is the only property which you can override it, else by default the new value will be given to you. So this is the first way of how the insert document has been done. We'll be telling you the another ways where the other documents are also added. Okay, so in the previous examples you have seen like how we can add the records, but I also tell you there is another alternative options are available if you want to insert the records in a bulk. That option is also possible in MongoDB. How we can do? Let's try to understand. Here we would like to use one very simple concept called var my emp equal to, now starting with a typical object like this, and after that I'm adding this, and within this I'm adding the first property called emp id colon 1. After this, okay, now you can see it is not understanding, because that is a challenge when we talk about call the logical part, because you go with multiple lines, it is not supporting. However, we have to follow the same lines now. emp id 1, and we just give the second property called emp name. So emp id, just remove this, I just say emp id and I say emp name colon admin. Okay, adding it here. So first record here, again I'm adding another one that is called emp id colon 2. Okay, and now colon manager. Okay, again colon 3 and colon QA. Add it. Okay, and this curly braces is closing. After this, your square bracket is also closing, and once it is done, you come down and say db dot new emp dot insert. Okay, and here you pass the name of the object called my emp, and you can see now it is telling you n inserted 3. That is known as called bulk insert, where you're inserting multiple records in a single shot. See how easy it is for you. Okay, now you simply use db dot, the collection name is what? Your new emp dot find, and you can see now all 3 records are inserted with its default object ID. Okay, so that is a really nice idea to have the ID to be provided. Okay, remember this statement. So you understood finally how we can add the records in a bulk. Going forward, we will also talk about which is related to your update as well as delete in your upcoming demos. Okay, but here that is the first thing which you realize it, how we can perform those kind of operations in very simple and straightforward manner. Okay everyone, so now we have got 3 records with us, and in case if I'm planning to perform update on any of my records, how will I do this now? So we have a predefined functions available name called update function. Let's see how this update function can really work. So we use this statement name called db dot, what is my collection name, which is known as called a new emp. Okay, dot update. Okay, so what I will do, I will say db dot new emp dot update here. Okay, now when we talk about called update, we have a statement available. Okay, what is that? That is called emp id. We have called emp name. So we say wherever the emp id is this, I want to change what? The name. How can I do this now? Very simple. To perform this, what I would like to do now, I want to basically add few more records to give you some more better idea. You can see now here we have a call admin id name. So I just do one thing, I just change the IDs 1 2 3, I just say 4, I say 5, I say 6. Okay, and I call this again. The 3 records are inserted. Now let me try to call find. Now we have total number of 6 records are available, where admin is repeated, manager is repeated, QA is repeated. Now let me try to update the record. Okay, now I want to say db dot new emp dot update. Here I would like to perform the property like in what? Name, I say emp name colon, I say admin. Okay, so I just close that and I use another curly braces with dollar set. Set means you want to set the new value. Here we are giving emp name. Okay, what I want to do, I say wherever the name is admin, change to what? Admin new. That name I want to change it. Close this, and run. Now you can see it is saying n matched to 1, and the record fields are updated like this. Let me check. Well, here I will see the value called admin new is updated, but I have one more admin called admin. It is not changed, and that is something which you need to notice. What you need to notice is Notice is like when you try to perform update, so what MongoDB does, it starts from the top, find the first record, change the value or modify the value, and come out from the loop. It doesn't carry forward its search process for the next level of results. And that is something which is, I really want to do that. So in case if you are planning to change those values multiple times, so what you need to do, let's take a look. Here in this similar example, here we have a call name admin, second property we have a call manager. Let's try to say managers are repeated twice, so we just want to change to new underscore manager, and I want to update multiple values. So what I will do here, I will put comma and say multi colon true. Okay, saying multi-colon true, that you want to say, hey, I want to update multiple search or multiple repetitions. Hit enter. This time you can say it is saying and match to and modify to. That means 2 records found and 2 records are modified. Let's check. There we go. We have got new manager is updated in both the location. That's something which is really awesome, because this is how you try to perform the multiple changes. Well, in our previous examples, you see like how we can perform the update part, but we have a one more beautiful feature available inside the MongoDB, and that is called how exactly we can perform Upsert. Clear? Let's talk about Upsert. Upsert is a combination of update and insert. Let me try to show you one magic here. Here, when we talk about called update part, you see now, here we are trying to say this point. Yeah, you see about multi-true we have used. Now here, this multi-true is we're trying to update, but let's talk about something called manager 2. Enter. Now you can see it is saying no records found. Clear now, no records found. But there's a one concept available named called Upsert. Upsert means if I try to perform Upsert, it means if the records are not available, it will insert the record. I want to show you one simple example now. Here we are using multi-true. Okay, so as I can see, we're using something called name, and we're performing this update part. So in this update part, we're using this $set new manager. So here, rather than using multi-true, we are saying upsert true. When I say upsert true, so what happened now? They say n matched 0 and up inserted 2 and modified with id this. That means when I try to call this find function, you will be seeing now we have a got the another record has been added. Are we clear now? As a new record. So upsert does what? Upsert says like if the records are found, I will update it. If it is not, I will insert it. That means if I try to call the same thing, manager 2, fine, it is added as a new manager. Now if I just try to say not manager 2, I will call QA, and here we are saying emp equal to new underscore QA. And now you can see it is saying n matched 1, n upserted 0 and modified 1. So it is clearly telling you like, hey, I did not find any inserted part, but yes, I matched one record, I found one record, and the one record is updated now. That is very, very beneficial feature when you really want to perform upsert. So that is the advantage of upsert. That is what's called update plus insert. Very important feature that depends on the requirement. If you want to add, you can certainly add this. So the way we have tried to add this upserted part, we can also try to perform the delete part also. Okay, so MongoDB also helps you to perform the delete part. And how you'll be trying to add it now? Let's try to understand. Here in my code, if I want to perform any delete part, I have this statement name called db dot, the option we are using it, that is NoSQL collection name emp, new emp, sorry, dot, we have an option name called remove. In this remove, we would like to offer the property. Okay, and what we're talking about now here, let's try to add the ID here or the name which you would like to import. So I want to say like emp name admin new. So we just say p name. Okay, and then name is called what? Admin new. Okay, emp name admin new. When I say remove, you can see it is removing the first record. So you can see now the records are removed. Fine, because there is only one admin new is available. Okay, now in a similar way, if I try to remove the property called new underscore manager, new underscore manager, hit enter. Now you can see the 3 records are removed. So it's not like update which removes only one, update only one record. It can also eliminate more than one records at the same time. That's the benefit of remove. So now you can see we have already implemented some records. As I seen earlier, like we have performed the delete part now. Now when I try to say db dot new emp dot find, 3 records are available with me, 3, 4 and 6. Now when it comes to insert part we have seen, update part we have seen, delete part we have seen. Now it's time to basically fetch the records. So find function we've already seen, but in find function we also have some conditions, so-called queries. So in case if you want to limit the number of records into your application, you can also do that. Let's see, db dot new emp dot find. Clear now? So in find you can also pick up the specific records too, like when I'm saying dot find, and here we can just say name colon admin. Sorry, here to put curly braces. It says there is no record with a name called admin because it is an emp name, not a name. So let me change back to. Now I can see it finds one record. So like that, you can also apply a condition, okay, into your code. Now, in a similar line, if you really don't want to offer any condition, okay, but you want to limit the number of records to be shown, so you have this function available name called limit 2. 2 means only 2 records. Now you can see, though I have 3 records, but it is only showing me 2 records because I have limit those number of records into my code. Also, we can perform sorting in case if you want to perform the sorting in ascending and descending order, that also you can also do. So here, rather than saying limit, we just put this option name called sort, and in this sort, on which property you want to sort it, that also you can mention. So we can just say emp name okay, and using ascending order or descending order, so you can just say -1. That is called descending order. Hit. Now you can see it is showing in a descending order. Now if I just say -1, if I just say 1, now it is showing you in an ascending order. So you can pick up the specific property we have on which you can tell it should be either on descending order or ascending order. So that option really works very fine. Okay, so that's like how you can perform the queries. But remember one thing, you can also search the records based on their embedded columns too, because if you see in our previous records we have some records added. Okay, that is let me try to say show collections. I will call SL student and student. Okay, db dot find. Okay, you can see we have records which are embedded records. Now if you want to search the records based on their embedded properties, like I'm talking about address, there's one property name called city. Fine, so if you would like to pick up those records, these are also possible. So how you can do this? Very simple. So you say db dot student dot find. Okay, so inside this find you can provide the specific properties, like my outermost property name is called what? Address. So we are using this option called address dot city. So we say city. Are we clear? Colon, I'm giving the city name called what? Bangalore. Clear? Let me close this, and that's it. Okay, so we have to start passing another curly braces here. Hit enter, and you can see now I find two records because both the records belong to what? Bangalore. So I'm getting this city Bangalore with me. That's really awesome. Like you can also pass the city accordingly. A part of that, we also have the other details also, okay, in which you can have the conditions based on less than, greater than, or whatever values you would like to make it is available and possible. Okay, so that's how the conditions are satisfied. So suppose if you would like to pick the users, are we clear, where the range which you would like to consider, so those are also possible. Like you can see we have this property name called what? EMP ID 3 and 6. I just want to pick up only those records whose ID is greater than what? 2. So what I can say, db dot new emp, okay, dot find, and inside this find we can say the property. Okay, so what's property we're using? emp id. We are saying emp id here, colon, here we'll be using $gt. gc stands for what? Greater than, colon, we're giving the value called what? 1. Fine, close this, run. You can see you have received 3 records, 3, 4 and 6. In case if I just look forward for higher than 5, you will see only 1 record. So greater than, that's called GT. Okay, same option, if I just say LT, you can see we have found 2 records. So less than, greater than. Okay, so that's how exactly you offer it. Okay, and also you can provide the condition so-called limit. As I can say find emp id the way we provided. So here I will not use less than. Okay, instead I'll be providing another property. Let me show you what. So here in emp id, whatever we have taken, so let me try to take the property called find, and here we are providing emp id, and then we're using another curly braces, and we're using $in. Is very important property, $in, colon, here you provide the details. I'm saying inside, so the property is 346, we are saying 3 comma 6. Close this, and you can see we got 2 records which matched with 3 and 6. That's the benefit of having this. Okay everyone, so in our previous example we have already seen lot many activities. This time we are trying to offer you something very interesting feature, and that is known as called working with indexing. See, MongoDB is one of the most popular tool, and one of the reason why it is very popular because it is having the facility of having indexing. Now what exactly the index does? So friends, main job of having this index is to basically give you the concept of like how one particular document, which is huge document, in case if you would like to perform any sort of indexing inside this, how you will be applying this. So to apply indexing into my code, let's try to understand why index is really required. Without indexing and with indexing, how you'll be making a difference into the code. So to make it happen, we would like to insert some records to confirm. Okay, so what I will do is in step number 1, previous records, if I see, I have got 46341, depends on what earlier records we had it. So we had a call new emp. So db.new-emp.find. So we have total number of 3 records are available. So it's okay, we can have this 3 records with me. Now let me try to apply indexing. Without indexing, if I want to find a result, what outcome I'm gonna receive. So to know about how much time it's gonna be taking, if I have got large number of records with me, I'll be using this statement name called db dot, the name is called new emp dot explain, and here I'll be using one predefined functionality called execution stats. Execution stats. Okay, now here after the execution stats we'll be using dot find. We'll be using the first property here. Okay, and what user would like to find it, that you need to basically offer it. So we are giving the name called emp name colon, giving the name called QA. Okay, let's close. Okay, now when I pressed hit enter, execution stats is a predefined functionalities which will tell me when the query was executed, what exactly the query plan was. Hit enter, and now you can see a lot of details are available with me. Like you can see parse query, winning plan and everything. One thing you need to remember, by default here when I try to run, it says n return 1, advanced 1, need time, total, everything it is showing me. But one important thing which you will see here is total number of documents scanned. So it is telling me total number of document examined is 3. Clear now? N returned 1, that means one result is returned, and the total number of documents examined is 3 in order to find this record. Just imagine a use case here. When I say total number of documents examined 3, in case if I have got millions of records with me, that means to search the record, it will examine all the millions number of records to search the result, which certainly gonna be taking huge amount of time. And that's where exactly when you try to search the record, fine, when you have no indexing is available. Okay, so you need to understand one important thing is, by default index is applied on your underscore id, db dot new emp db.newemp dot when I say db.newemp.getIndex is a predefined function, it tells me like, hey, by default index is applied on underscore id. That's a fact, because by default index is applied on underscore id, not on the other properties. So I need to identify which of the properties are required to be get indexes. MongoDB advantage is it is supporting multi-column indexes, and that's what exactly we would like to see. So let's see in our next demo. Now we will try to apply indexing on our own property. Okay, so to apply the index, what we need to do, we have to say db dot, certainly we will be talking about called collection name, call new emp dot create index. Here you have to pass two things. Number one, on which property you would like to apply, okay, and it has to be ascending or descending. So I'm trying to apply on emp name, and I want the index to be applied on ascending order. Okay, so here colon 1, hit enter. You can see now it is telling me like number of indexes before 1 and number of indexes after 2. That means earlier index was available only on one particular property, now it is applied on two properties. If you want, you can check. Now you can see there's another property is added called emp underscore 1. Now if I try to execute a similar query which I executed earlier, QA, now you'll be seeing there's a different statistics altogether. Here if I see in my code, see it will tell you total document examined 1. See now earlier the number of document examined were 3, but since this index is applied, now it is telling me the total number of document examined is 1. So performance is certainly improved. So to search a document, it won't be searching the complete collections. Okay, rather it will search what? Only that particular column in which it is actually applied for. So that's the benefit, in fact, I would say, when you will be using these kind of indexes into your code. Okay, so hope we all are clear and understood about this concept. So let's go ahead and get this implemented into our system. Well, this is the first way of how the index can be applied. So you can also apply index on multiple properties. Clear? So that we will show you one by one how it is. Okay everybody, so we have already seen in our previous example how we have applied indexes in our existing MongoDB application. So it is also a possibilities where we want to also apply the index on other number of properties too. As you can see in our existing database, okay, an existing collection, my collection name is new emp, which contains two different properties. One is called emp id and second is called emp name. Just now we have applied index on our emp name, but in case if I want to apply index on emp id, I'll be using the same technique. Okay, let's try to apply index on the same. So first of all, get indexes. I'm having this index applied on two different property. Now we would like to say db dot create index, and here in this db dot create index we can just, I will say db dot collection name. So our collection name is called new emp dot create index. First parameter is certainly the name of which property we are applying. So here we are saying emp id, and in this emp id we will just offer it has to be ascending or descending. Let me decide descending order. So we are saying -1. Okay, now let's press enter and check the status. Okay, now you can see earlier indexes which we have created, that was 2, and now it turns to 3. So it is very clear that index is improving. Now let's check this out. db dot new emp.getIndexes. Now we have a total number of 3 indexes are available. So you can apply index on n number of columns if you want. Okay, at the same time, the way we have created the index, in case if I want to drop an index, so we can also drop. So what we can do, db.new emp dot drop index, and in this drop index we have to provide which particular index we would like to drop. Remember this point. In case if you're planning to drop any sort of index, so you need to provide which index. So you should have that particular index name. Okay, so here we are providing my index name. So it should not be I would say the traditional name called emp id. No, it has to be emp id underscore -1 or emp name underscore 1. So this should be the name. I'm saying emp name. In case if you try this, you see it is saying index not found with the emp name because internally it maintains with this name. Let's try this out. We say emp name underscore 1. Let's try, and now you can see new index was 3. Okay, 1. Okay, now you can see we have a call emp id and underscore id. So now we have only 2 indexes left. There's no emp name anymore. This is how exactly you can drop the indexes. So it is very simple and straightforward way of how in MongoDB you can perform your activities. Hello everybody and welcome back. In the previous examples of MongoDB, you might have considered we have used many operations. In our last video we have seen how to utilize indexing into our code. Now in our next journey of our MongoDB, we will see how aggregation works. See, in MongoDB, aggregation plays a vital role, and aggregation comes with so many handy functions with MongoDB which will help you to perform and to apply some very simple code snippets into your ongoing I would say the requirement, which can make your query so much seamless. Now we will see how this aggregation really works, and to work on an aggregation we have taken some default database name called AggregateDB, and here we have a call student as a by default collection in which we have some set of records are already added. Now if I just want to apply aggregation, now I would like to tell you about what exactly the aggregation is. See, ideally when you talk about called aggregation, okay, so aggregation is nothing but a call aggregate. Like RDBMS, if you see, we have a call aggregation there. So the Unix command, like you talk about shell pipeline, means the possibility to execute an operation on some input and use that output as an input for the next command. That means the output of one particular execution becomes an input for others. So MongoDB also supports same kind of concept in aggregation framework. There's so many type of functionalities are available which we will see one by one into our next code. Okay, now here we want to confirm about a few important things. Now here let me try to bring some of the important well-known, I would say, the functionalities of our aggregation framework. First we use a term name called $project. The project is basically designed for select a specific fields. $project is designed to select what specific fields from a collection. We used to talk about called what? $match. The match is responsible to filter out the operations. Are we clear now? It is designed to filtering out the operations. You talk about $group. Talk about $group. So it does the actual aggregation. Fine. We talk about call $sort. Okay, it basically sort the document. Okay, like that there's so many operations are available which we will see one by one in our aggregation behavior. Now my first example, the one which I want to execute, I have a called student record with me, which contains the student name, okay, the section and the marks and the subject, on which subject the person or the student is appeared. Now here my first requirement is we want to filter data based on a section A, because students belong to the different sections. As you can see now, they belong to the different sections, section A, B, C, D. So I just want to filter the data based on a section A. Okay, so for filter out I would like to use $match. Let's see how it works. So I just would like to filter out only those students who belong to the section A. So how we would like to use it now? I will say db dot student dot aggregate, and inside this we would like to use this square brackets and then curly braces, and then use $match. With this I would like to use another curly braces, and I say section A. Okay, and I close this, close this, close the square bracket, close this. Okay, so db.student.aggregate, aggregate should be always associate. Match is known as the aggregate functionality, section A. Hit enter and you can see now it lists down all those students who belong to the section A. Okay, very simple and straightforward example. Now we would like to use the second example. So we want to find out all the records where the section is A and we are using AND operator. Marks is greater than 80. There are so many students who have different marks like 70, 90 and whatever. So we want to use both the conditions together. So how are you going to be using this now? Remember, not only the section A but also marks who are greater than 80. So similar thing, we have a call match. Okay, after this match we are starting this curly braces. Okay, so after this match we would like to bring AND. We say $and again colon, again we are starting this square bracket now. Okay, we talk about what? Section A, number 1, and after this the first curly braces we would like to use marks. So we say marks colon, and once again we would like to start curly braces, and here we use $GT, that is called what? A greater than colon 80. Okay, all are closed. So you see, like here we have got this square bracket and round brackets. So what else is left? So we have called 80, we are using another curly braces needs to be closed here, and then square bracket. Okay, and followed by again curly braces, again curly braces, again square bracket, again round brackets. Okay, let's see where it has gone wrong. So we are using this db.student.aggregate, we are use this square bracket, then curly braces, then we use $match. Okay, after the $match we are using another curly braces, and we have a call AND operator. After this AND we have a call this square bracket, then curly braces, section A. After section A is getting closed, we are using another curly braces, marks colon $GT. Okay, and we are using what? Colon 80. After that we are closing this and using two more curly braces, square bracket in this. Okay, so this where exactly you can utilize that. So db.student.aggregate, and like this it will be able to get it now. Okay, so in a previous example that was the only missing point was after this this $match we didn't apply this curly braces. That was the only missing point which was there, and now we have applied. another code is giving me this outcome, and I have only one user who's scoring greater than 80. Well, that was the first thing which we have it now. Along with this, I would like to go ahead and talk about few more things. Now, I just would like to bring selective fields, not all the fields. Like as you can see, we have a call student name, section, marks, everything I'm getting it. So I really don't want to bring all the properties from this document. I would like to selectively take specific property. So let's talk about how we can use this. So we'll be using project. You remember about project is responsible to select the specific record. So I just use this statement name called db dot student, okay, dot aggregate. We're using it now. After that, now square bracket, then curly braces. Now we are trying to say dollar project. What we would like to use, dollar project, and colon, we are trying to use student name, okay, colon, okay. Remember one thing, 1 means I want those, 0 means I don't want. So whichever property will be enabling it by giving the 1 as a digit, that means it is expected to be displayed. So I'm saying 1, comma, I'm saying section, colon, 1, okay, and I'm also looking forward for marks, colon, 1. That's it. So now you can see now I am once again picking up only those like student, section, and marks. Now if I go back and remove some properties, like I only want student and section, you can see I have only student and sections are used. Here if I just use this statement name call underscore id colon 0, now you can see only the names and sections are visible, id is not, because I really don't want id. By default id is shown, but if I say it's 0, that means the id will not be visible here. So like that you can select the columns or the properties accordingly. That was the one way. Now the other thing I would like to use, what if you want to find out the student name, section, and marks from student? Once again, we want to find out the student name, section, and marks from the student collection where the section is A. Okay, so here it will be the combinations of match as well as the project. How we can use this? Let's take a look towards my implementation. If you see the previous one, what we have used here, you remember about, we have used this statement called aggregate match. Okay, so now we would like to go back and utilize, after this dollar match, this is a curly braces, I'm giving section colon A, okay, section colon A, and after this I'll close this, okay, and close this again. Again I'm opening it up by using this option called project, dollar project. We're picking up the project right now, and here with this colon symbol we can use again and say student name, colon, we're using 1, comma, section colon 1 and 1, marks colon 1, and now closing this. Now you can see I got those. So the requirement was we want to find out the student name, section, and marks from student collection where the section is A. So you are not only using the match, okay, but also using what? The selective details. Like this you can implement it. Okay, that's where exactly the projection really works. So projection gives you lot many opportunities which you can utilize it for your own, and also it comes with lot many predefined functions like in sum, avg and all. So let's talk about those functionalities too. So this is the first thing which we have seen, aggregations are taken place. Now in case if you would like to perform the group, like if I want to find out the total marks group by, okay, section, like each and every section I would like to confirm the total marks in every section, then how will I basically do that? So let's try to get this example also. So here let me try to go back, and we will not be using match here because I would like to use the group part. So after this curly braces we want to use dollar group. Okay, that is called group by in RDBM is how you use it. Here we use this curly braces. Again here we are passing this underscore id. Okay, you have to provide underscore id in a group because you cannot skip it. That part you need to be always remember. You really can't skip $id whenever you're trying to talk about called group. This is a compulsory field, you need to have it. After that I'm using this section. In this section we are saying dollar section because we would like to make it on a section basis. After this closing, and here we are using what? Total marks colon. Here curly braces, again dollar sum, okay, colon, on which behalf I want to use in marks, so I can say dollar marks. Naming convention is very important because it is a JavaScript, so it is a case sensitive. Okay, then and you can see now section wide I'm able to get all the marks. Isn't it amazing? That's where exactly the aggregations are playing very important role while retrieving such kind of records. So hope you are clear about how we utilize this together. So in a previous example we got it like how we are basically taking this marks in my application. Fine. So we are clear about how we are picking that up. But what in case if I would like to take marks for the specific section? So it is also possible. So we'll be using the same group, but only thing is what we'll be bringing the match between, because here we are trying to get all the section marks. But if you would like to bring it only for the specific section, we know it very well what we need to do. So here, before I talk about called dollar group, we can use one more curly braces here. Okay, so we can use this option called dollar match. Okay, and here we are using this option called section A. Sorry, here in dollar match we are giving this call section colon, here we're giving A. So closing this followed by the other areas like in group which you want to start now. So you can start with this curly braces, hit enter, and you can see now only the specific section you're able to receive the records, and that's very simple now. Okay, so that's where exactly you would like to perform. And there's another option, like in case if you would like to perform an average. Suppose if you want to fetch the count of students in each section and total marks and average marks as well as. So total marks as well as the average marks we want to get it. So how are I able to take it now? So it is very simple, as you have seen earlier also into our code, how we have taken call group underscore id section. We're talking about section total marks with the sum. We are also using this. After that we can also use the average. Okay, so this is, we have taken group underscore id sum. So here onwards we will start. So when we say sum marks, after that we can just put curly braces, and we can just use count. Okay, and after this we'll be using this colon, curly braces, and use dollar sum. Okay, colon 1. Okay, and after that I'll put comma here, and we use average, and inside this average I will use, in curly braces we can say dollar avg. Okay, colon of what? Dollar marks. Very simple. So curly braces is closed. Okay, so total how many? 3 curly braces will be closed, 1 square bracket and round brackets. And now you can see you got the average markings in each and every section. So just imagine how easy it is for you to deal with the aggregations. So aggregation seems to be a very simple approach provided by MongoDB that really create a difference of how the aggregation changes the way how you react to. Okay everybody, so after going through the idea of like how we can utilize the concept of aggregation, it's time to talk about like how when it works with MongoDB. MongoDB is properly known for, I will say, for replication, that is called high availability, and that feature comes by default with MongoDB. You really don't need to install any software for this because it is a built-in feature for the MongoDB. So when you download that, it comes along with this, so no additional configuration setup is really required when it comes to the MongoDB part. Okay, so let's get started and talk about how MongoDB can offer the replication. See, the idea behind a replication is what? The idea behind a replication is like you are replicating it. Okay, so when you talk about replication, you are replicating your data to where? To the multiple childs. So here in MongoDB, we have one concept available. Okay, that is known as called master. Okay, and slaves. Okay, master is one and there will be multiple slaves. Okay, so these slaves where your records are actually stored, and this is a master which will be responsible to replicate the data to all its childs when the request comes. Due to that, in case if one particular node fails, so automatically the data will be taken from the other nodes. That's the beauty of having this master and node slave process. So to make this possible, we have a very simple option available. In MongoDB, we have a one concept like called MongoDB Atlas. So there we can go and get our cluster ready. So here we start with the concept name called MongoDB Atlas. Let's search for MongoDB Atlas, and here I see MongoDB Atlas Database as a Service. See, this is a free tool. It's a cloud environment where you really don't need to install MongoDB in your local machine. It is a cloud-based MongoDB support which is free to use with a limited amount of space, but yes, for the testing purpose it is the best suitable. So I can start with the start free, or else I can say the login here. Okay, from there onwards I can go ahead. Now it is getting ready. Now this is a place from where you can start working on your cluster. See, as I've told you, like initially when you will be working on this MongoDB, it will ask you to create a cluster initially. Okay, since I already have a cluster with me, okay, so I really don't need to create it, and as a free tier, it will not allow me to have more than one cluster setup ready. So if I say create a new cluster, okay, and I say by default AWS, okay, and let me close down this notification. AWS, you can select any other cloud provider, and 8 GB RAM, cloud backup, cluster name. You can see now it is taking me 0.54 per hour. Reason being because I already have a cluster with me, hence more than one cluster is not allowed in a free tier cluster. So I have to cancel this. But you can go and create a cluster the way it was offered there. So if you want to create, you can just go ahead and do nothing. Just select by default AWS, select your location, okay, give the name of the cluster. You want to give anything, you can give it here. Otherwise, let it be the by default name cluster and say create cluster. It will take a while, minimum 2 to 3 minutes, depends on the availability. It creates a cluster for you, and your cluster, once it is ready, it looks like that. Okay, so here in this application, you have to go back and understand what is there in a cluster. So when I click on cluster 0, you can see now here we have got 3 nodes available. One is called primary node, which is called master, as I suggested earlier, and now we have called slaves. Automatically, when the clusters are created inside this MongoDB, by default it will be 3 node cluster, where the 1 will be the primary and 2 will be secondary. Based on your package, whichever you have taken it, you can increase the number of nodes later on, but as a free, I'm gonna get, or I will be receiving total number of 3 nodes available here. So records, whichever will be stored, it will get stored automatically in both the nodes, secondary nodes. And from the primary, I can insert the record, and secondaries, I can read the records. Remember, you can't insert the records into the secondaries. You can only insert the record only in your primary record. Secondaries are not allowed to insert. So this is your replica set. Okay, these are the nodes which are available to you. So when you click on this primary here, you will see it is telling you no data available. Nothing is there because I haven't stored any records as such. So I just go back to my cluster. So initially I would like to go back and create few things now. Okay, I would like to go back and set up few initial things at a time of creating the cluster, because when a cluster is created, clear now, so in that point of time, no setting is configured. You have to do few settings now. First setting is you have to put it, remember the steps. First step will be your network access. So in network access, you have to go and you have to say add IP address, and in this add IP address, you have to select this option from which location you would like to accept. Only those IP addresses will be whitelisted. Otherwise, what you can do, you can see here in my options, I have given 0.0.0. That means all IP addresses are acceptable. So all IP addresses are used. Okay, so this you have to enable it, otherwise you won't be able to get this network access from any third-party locations. Next, you have to talk about call database access, which is required for you to create a new user. There are already some new users are created, but it is recommended that you to go and create a new users here. Okay, so you can go back and add a new user. So by default it is username and password is given. So you can go back and create a new user. When I say add user, you can give the username as well as the password as per your own convenience. So new user, I'm going to create it, that is known as called SL, okay, user, and here we're giving call admin 123. So SL user admin 123. Remember, this will be the username and password. I'm saying add user. New user is automatically added. SL user admin 123. So once you have provided this network access, database access, next you have to create a new data. So what you need to do, when you go back to your statement, Okay, network access, database access, it'll ask you like you want to create a new database. So I just go back to my project 0. There will be an option called collections. You have to go back and create a new collection here. Now it is retrieving the list of databases. Now you can see there are already some collections are there. MERN is one of the database which is there. DemoDB is there. Lot many databases are there. So you can go back and create some new database and connect through. So if I just create database, I already have a Simplilearn DB with me. User app is already one collections I've created. So creating a database in collection is very easy. If I give you the quick demo, I say create database, give the collection name called SL demo, okay, and give the username called AMP SL demo employee. I say create. Now you can see SL demo and create. It is there with me. So there is no record right now, and once it is there ready, so remember SL demo and employee. I'll go back to my code again, project 0, and from here I can say connect because I want to connect it. So to connect it from, because your MongoDB is already there, so you want to connect it through. So to connect it through, we have a very simple option available. You can just click on this connect option. Multiple options are there. Through MongoShare, connect your third-party application with the MongoDB Compass. So since I already have a MongoShare with me, so macOS, I have this macOS with me, so you can just use this line. Okay, so if you have a window, you can select your window. Since I have this macOS, I'm selecting this line, but I need to replace with this you can see this username. Okay, and you have to give the username here. I'll select this. I'll open my terminal. Okay, and this is, I'm just closing this and opening up another terminal here. Since I want to connect with the Mongo shell now, so what I need to do here in this, I'll just paste that the command which I have it now. Username is, you remember I told you to call some users which you have already created. Let's check. Here SL user, I say SL user, I hit enter. It'll ask me the password, so I've given the password admin, and now you can see it is connecting with me to this particular, see, now see it is connecting me to this particular replica set. You can see in a logs it is telling you very clearly, okay, saying that it is a username 4.2, and you can see it is connecting with your shard cluster, the cluster which is created, and this is where exactly I have it with me. So I'm connecting with this environment. So primary is there. If I just want to go back and say show collections, so I can go back and create a new collection here. Okay, so it's up to you now. By default collection which is their employee, so I can say db dot employee dot insert, and now here we can just add name. Okay, now you can see some exception is raised, so you understand. Now you can see the records are added into my primary cluster. So if I just go back and go back to my project 0 where we have got collections, here you will be getting the SL demo. employee, loading the documents. So it takes time to get this, but this is where exactly you see the records will be stored. Okay, so that's where exactly it works fine for all of you. So we have this record. Okay, so when I say show collection, so we have a call employee. When I say db dot employee dot find, so I can see we have got new collection name called. This is added right now. Okay, so like this you have got the first connection established and the records has been inserted.
Hey guys, this is Anubhav from Simplilearn. It's my pleasure to welcome you all in this exciting video. In today's session, we are going to learn about Express.js. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. Let's begin and see what's in it for you. First, we'll get an idea about Express.js. After that, we'll see what is Express.js. Then, we'll see the need for Express.js. After that, we'll see the features of Express.js. Moving ahead, we'll see the advantages and disadvantages of Express.js. And then, we'll see the companies that are using Express.js. Node.js is a fast JavaScript runtime environment, but it does not support request handling functions, HTTP methods, or serving files. So Express.js comes into the picture. Express makes the Node.js code easier, as Express provides a wide range of features to develop both web and mobile applications. It is used to build single-page, multi-page, and hybrid-page web applications. As Express is written in JavaScript, it is very easy to understand for the developers who know JavaScript. Until now, Express is the most popular framework of Node.js. You must have heard about MERN Stack in web development, right? Where E stands for Express.js. It is a backend part of MERN Stack. It manages routing, HTTP methods, sessions, error handling, etc. Let's see what Express.js is. Express.js is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, cross-platform mobile apps quickly and easily. It is very high performance, fast, lightweight, and unopinionated. That is, there is no structural way to write a code. Express does not force you to write a code in a fixed manner. Express.js is used as a server-side scripting language. Let's see the need for Express.js. But before that, let me give you an example. If you have to write a REST API using the core modules of Node.js and the same using the framework Express.js, you will realize that with the help of Express, it will take 5 to 10 times less code and time. That was the reason behind creating Express.js framework for Node.js. Express.js is time efficient, fast, money efficient, very easy to learn, and asynchronous. Let's see the features of Express.js. Fast server-side development. With the features of Node.js, Express saves a lot of time. Middleware. Middleware is a request handler that has access to the application's request-response cycle. Routing. This refers to how an application's endpoints, URLs, respond to client requests. Templating. It provides templating engines to build dynamic content on the web pages by creating HTML templates on the server. Debugging. Express makes it easier as it identifies the exact part where bugs are. Let's see the advantages of Express.js. Express is unopinionated and we can customize it and use it as per our needs. As it is written in JavaScript, a single language is used for front-end and back-end development. Express is fast to link it with databases like MySQL, MongoDB, etc. Let's see the disadvantages. The disadvantage of Express.js is that there is no structural way to organize things. Sometimes the code becomes non-understandable. There are so many issues with callbacks. The error messages that will come are very challenging to understand. Now we'll see the companies that are using Express.js. The major companies are IBM, Uber, eBay, PayPal, Accenture, Fox Sports, Netflix, LinkedIn. As per the nlib.com, There are more than 34,300 companies that are using Express.js. Now, I think you guys have a brief idea about Express, as it is a lightweight framework that gives functionalities to make Node.js easy. Express.js is trending so much because it is helping so many developers to save their time. It is so awesome that most of the companies are moving towards it. If you know JavaScript and Node.js, the framework Express is what you should know to strengthen your coding skills. Hey everyone, welcome to this video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video, we will see how to install Express.js on Windows machine. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's begin. First, we need to download Node.js. Because Express is a framework of Node.js, so without installing Node, we cannot run Express. In my system, I have already installed Node.js. You can search for Node.js. Now here, you will find downloads. You can download Node from here and install it. But if you find any difficulties downloading Node.js, you can click on the link in the right corner to see how to download Node.js. Now, let's see the version for Node to verify. Here, I am using Visual Studio Code. You can go and search it and simply download VS Code. After opening your Visual Studio Code, it will look like this. Here, you will find a terminal. Click on it. The terminal window will open. Here, we will write node-v. This will show us the latest version of Node.js. Now, we need to update the NPM, which is Node Package Manager. This bundle consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. To do that, npm install npm globally. npm install npm hyphen globally. This will download all the npm packages globally. Now, let's create Express. For that, first, we need to create a separate folder where we will keep all the modules and files of Express.js. Let's clean this. CLS. You can open the terminal by clicking on the shortcut also by pressing Ctrl and backtick. That will open the terminal for you. Let's make a folder mkdir. This is a command that is used to create a folder on the terminal. Then we will write our file name. I will write Express by Simplilearn. Enter. Here you can see the file name Express by Simplilearn has been created. You can also click here and enter your file name m.js. Press enter. As you can see, a new file has been created. Now we need to install a package manager, that is npm. We will write a npm command. Open your terminal again. Write a command npm init. Enter. Enter. Version. Enter. Description. In description you can write Express tutorial by Simplilearn. Enter. 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 Git repository. If you have your Git repository, you can add yours. Enter. Enter. Author. Simplilearn. License. Enter. Press yes. After this, you can see npm created a JSON file. Now, we will finally install Express.js. We will write npm install Express. Enter. Now, as you can see, our Express is installed in our system. Let's open the app.js that we have created earlier. Now, we will create an Express application with the help of Express functions that we can do by requiring the Express modules. Let's create our first program. First, constant Express require Express. In this line, we are requiring the Express module. Const file name equals to function Express dot get to get the file request response to get the request and the response of the user function we will need to pass callback function here. Let's write response send. This message will be shown in the server. Welcome to Simplilearn. Now here we will write a port number where the message will be shown to us. Add.lesson 4000. You can write anything. Here also we are passing the callback function. Console.log. In console log, we will see the message in the console. Listening to port number 4000. I'll close this line. Save this. Let's run it. Open your terminal, new terminal. Now, to run this file, we need to go to the Express folder. cd Express by Simplilearn. We are now in a Simplilearn folder. Now, easiest way is to write the file name. Write node space the file name app.js. Enter. Now you can see it is printing our message listening to port 4000. Now we will see a message on the server. Open your Chrome. Type localhost 4000. Press enter. And here we go. A message is successfully displayed. Welcome to Simplilearn. Hey everyone. Welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video, we will be learning about REST API. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, Make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's begin and see what's in it for you. First, we'll see the introduction to REST API. After that, we will see what is Express.js. Moving ahead, we'll see what is REST API, and then we will see HTTP request types, and in last, we will create a simple RESTful API from scratch. REST API are the standard way to send and receive data for web services. Client sends a request which goes to the REST API, then to the database to get or put the data. After that, it will come back to the REST API and then to the client. Using an API is just like using a website in a browser, but instead clicking on the buttons, we write code to request data from the server. It is very flexible and can handle multiple types of requests. RESTful API is very popular and very commonly used to create APIs for web-based applications. What is Express.js? Express.js is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, and cross-platform mobile applications. It is used as a server-side scripting language. Express.js is high performance, fast, lightweight, and unopinionated. We'll see what is REST API. But before that, what is REST and what is API? REST means representational state transfer. REST is a popular architecture which is used to create web services. Now, API is an application programming interface. It is a code that allows two software programs to communicate with each other. REST API is a software that allows two applications to communicate with each other with the help of internet and various devices. Now, we will see the HTTP request types. First one is GET. It is used to request data from the server, but mainly this method is used to read data. Next one is PATH. It is used to update the data or to change or replace it. Next is POST. POST method is used to create new or to edit already existing data. After that, it is delete. Delete method is used to delete the data completely from the server. Now, we will see the complete architecture of HTTP request type. In this, client sends a request in the form of JSON file, and with the help of HTTP request, which are GET, PATCH, POST, and DELETE, it will go to the server and then sends back the response to the client in the form of message to tell what happened to the request. And now, we will create a simple RESTful API from scratch.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
First, you need to open your editor. For this, I am using VS Code. For this, you need to open your folder. Created one folder in the C drive, Express.js, opening. For this, you need to have Node.js installed. First, open your terminal by clicking on terminal, new terminal. First, we'll write npm init -y. Press enter. This will create a JSON file for us. Now let's install Express.js. For that, we'll write npm install express. Press enter. This is installing Express.js. This will add all the dependencies. For now, we have only one Express installed. We need a file here to write our code. So we'll create a file called index.js. Enter. In this file, we will write all our code. Open index.js. First, we'll write const app wire express In this line, we have imported the Express package, which itself is a function. So we'll write parentheses here to initialize it. Now we'll write const port. We'll write the port number. I'm writing 4000 here. This will call a variable which is 4000. Now we'll write app.listen. Till now, our API hasn't defined any endpoints. This app.listen tells the server to listen on specific port, which we have defined already as a variable 4000. Now, in app.listen, we will write a second argument as callback to tell us the API is working or not. Then we'll write port, comma, we'll write the callback function here, we'll write fat arrow function, console dot log backtick, it's running on HTTP localhost $sign and port, which will come under curly braces. Now we can run this app by writing a command on a terminal. First save this file. Terminal. Now we'll write a command to run this file. Index node, file name index.js. So it's successfully showing us it's running on HTTP port 4000. Open your Chrome or anything. I'm using Chrome here. I'll write localhost 4000. Enter. Localhost. Enter. Can't get. Now, if you open this URL, you will see this message. Can't get. This is because we don't have any API endpoints as of now. But Express.js is still responding with error message. you can add an API and call it. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video we will be learning about error handling in Express.js. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's begin and see what's in it for you. First, we'll see what is error handling. After that, we'll see how does error handling works in Express.js, and then we will be setting up error handling in Express.js. So, what is error handling? Error handling is a process in which Express catches and processes the error that occurs synchronously and asynchronously. Express comes with its own default error handlers. Simply, in error handling, the tasks are to identify errors, report them to the users, and then develop some recovery strategies and implement them to handle the errors. This whole process should not slow the overall processing time of the program. Now, how does error handling works in Express.js? Express.js comes in with a built-in error handler. This default error handling middleware function is added at the end of the middleware function stack. It automatically catches all errors in router handlers and allows developers to extend router handling functionalities by middleware function. Error handling in Express is done using middleware. This middleware is defined in the same way as other middleware functions. The error handling functions have 4 arguments: error, request, response, and next. We have next function method that matches us to the next middleware handler in middleware. In error handling, we have the next error method. This function skips all middleware and matches us to the next error handler for the router. Now, let's set up our error handling with Express. Open your Visual Studio Code.
Choose from over 300 in-demand skills and get access to 1,000 plus hours of video content for free. Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
First, we will create a new directory. For that, open your terminal, new terminal. Let's write make directory. Now I will enter the directory name. I will write Simplilearn, or you can also write error. Press enter. You can see the error handling directory has been created. It's empty. Let's go inside that. cd error handling. Now we are in the error handling folder. Now let's create a new project here. We'll write npm init #y. So, as you can see, the JSON file has been created in the error handling folder. Now, we will install a couple of packages here. Okay. First, we will install Express. Write npm install Express. Now, we will also install Morgan, which logs the request. After that, we'll also install HTTP errors. This package makes it very easy to check the status code. And then last, we will install Node.env. Press enter. This will take a couple of seconds. Now, in the dependencies, you can see .env, Express, HTTP errors, and Morgan. Now, I will create a file in this error handling folder. Right, app.js, enter. Now, let's install NodeMon which helps us not to reset our file again and again. For that, we'll write in the npm install -sign save node mon. Enter. This will also take a couple of seconds. Now, here you can see the node mon has been successfully installed. Now, open your package.json file. Here, in package.json file, you can see here this line. I will rewrite this. You can also remove it. Let's write script, and in this I will write nodemon app.js. Yes. Save this file by pressing Ctrl S. Yes. Now open the file app.js. Here we will be importing some packages. In Node.js we use require function, right? So we'll write const express require and express. Here we need express packages. Now we will be needing Morgan. We will write const Morgan require then Morgan. Now like this we will need HTTP packages. Const error create error require HTTP errors. We also need .env packages to import our environment variables. For that, we will simply write require tag .env .config. For this command, we need an env file. We will create a file .env enter. And here we have our env file where we can have our environment variables. First, we want a port for this application. So we will write the port 3000. Save this file. Now, again go back to the app.js file. Here, first we will be initializing our app. We'll write const app express function. Now we will start the application. For this, we will write const port, to which it will be called process .env .port 3000. Now we will make our application listen to port 3000. We will write app.listen port number, port. It will call the port number, and here we will call the callback function, arrow function, and here we will make our log statement. For this we'll write console.log backtick server is running on port $, and port. Now let me start the application. Before that, we'll save this file. Now to start the application, we'll write npm start, enter. Here it is showing error. Let's find out. Okay, here I have wrote script. Here we need to write start. Save this file, and now clear this screen. Enter npm start. So as you can see, it is successfully running in the port 3000. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video by Simplilearn. This is Anubhav, and in this video we will be learning about React and Express.js. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you'll never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's begin and see what's in it for you. First, we'll get an idea about React and Express.js. After that, we will see what is React.js. Then, we'll see the features of React.js. Moving ahead, we will be learning about Express.js and its features. And in last, we will see how to connect client side to the server side. Every application consists of front-end, back-end, and the database together. They form full stack. And in this video, we will be talking about React and Express.js. React was created by Meta, and it is used to make web applications responsive. Express.js is unopinionated, and it is used to make APIs. Express is maintained by Node.js. Let's see what is React.js. React is a JavaScript library which is used to build mobile and web applications fast and interactive. It is an open source, reusable components-based front-end library of JavaScript. Basically, with the help of React, we can create a client-side application or user interface. It is a combination of HTML and JavaScript. Let's see the features of React.js. First, JSX. It is a syntax extension of JavaScript. With the help of React.js, we can use the extension to see how the UI should look like. Virtual Document Object Model, DOM. It defines how documents are accessed and manipulated in the web page. Performance. There are several ways to speed up your React application by using virtual DOM. One-way data binding. Information flows in one direction. React receives information through arguments and pass it by returning values. React goes beyond simple UI and has many extensions for complete application support, extended with Flux and Redux among others. Debugging. It is a small browser extension to make debugging easier and faster. Let's see what is Express.js. Express is a Node.js framework designed to build APIs, web applications, cross-platform mobile apps quickly and easily. It is very high performance, fast, lightweight, and unopinionated. Express.js is used as a server-side scripting language. Let's see the features of Express.js. First, fast server-side development. With the features of Node.js, Express saves a lot of time. Middleware. Middleware is a request handler that has access to the application's request response cycle. Routing. This refers to how an application's endpoint URLs respond to client requests. Templating. It provides templating engines to build dynamic content on the web pages by creating HTML templates on the server. Debugging. Express makes it easier as it identifies the exact part where bugs are. Now, we'll see how to connect client side to the server side. First, we need to create a folder. I have created a folder named React Express. Let's see. Go to your C file. Here, I have created React Express folder. Now, we will be using a text editor. In this video, I will be using Visual Studio Code. Let's open it. Then, we will add all the npm packages and create a React application called client. Open terminal, new terminal. Let's write some command. npx create React app client. Enter. This will take some time. Until then, just wait. Yes, so it's downloaded. Now, as you can see, the client folder has been created with all the npm files. In this client folder, you will see all the npm files, node modules, JSON file also. Yeah. Now, we'll go to this folder, cd client. Now, to get this application running, type npm start. Enter. This command will start and compile this application. Now, it has opened a web page, localhost 3000. This is the first client-side application startup page. This will be now working as a client. Now, let's create a backend application. For that, first, clean this terminal. Let's open a new terminal. Type npx express generator folder name. Press enter. Okay. Now, this will take some time to install. Press yes. Why? As you can see, a API folder has been created. Now, we'll go to that API folder, cd API, enter. Now, we are in the API folder. Let's install all the packages. npm install, press enter. This will again download all the packages. So npm has installed all the packages required to run this. As you can see in the packages.json file, there are all the repositories and files that I used. Now, let's terminate this terminal. Now let's go to the client folder, cd client, press enter. Now we are in the client folder, npm this command will start and compile this application. Now we'll see the standard Express application that has got installed. We'll again go to the terminal, delete this terminal, create a new terminal. In this, we'll go to the API folder, npm start. This will start the terminal. Press enter. Now we'll go to the Chrome, localhost 3000, refresh it. You will see the standard Express application that has got installed.
And today's session we are going to focus on the objectives of why would you want to use React.js as a technology to build scalable web applications. In today's session we will also focus on the component-based design strategy around React.js and how the strategy focuses on reusability of building single page applications which are lightweight, quickly loadable with reduced amount of waiting and response time for customers that would be accessing your web application. In today's session, let's start with understanding the objectives of what we are going to focus on purely. We will start with what React.js is all about. We'll then get into discussing the features of React.js. We'll then move on to the components that make up the core structure of React.js. We'll discuss the various type of components. We'll then move on to understanding props, effective state management, event handling, and we would close the session with event binding. So what is React.js all about? It's a trending technology that everyone's speaking about based on scripting, and it evolves around this new age term called full stack web development that we would do in today's digital world. So React.js is basically a JavaScript based library for building fast and interactive user applications for the web as well as for mobility devices. So it is basically a RAD or a rapid application development tool that will assist with quickly setting up a pattern based application that's disciplined, that's flexible to change, that's well designed so that any changes coming from your customer can be incorporated very easily, and the changes can be isolated to one small section of the code, hence reducing the effort that would be required to go ahead and rebuild and test the entire application again for every change that comes in via the customer's request. It's again an open source technology being based on JavaScript. The very fact that it creates a set of components makes them reusable, which means that you can inject these components on the page as and when required, and that really promotes the reusability of the application and the design. React.js is also basically maintained by Facebook, and that is also what makes it really popular amongst developers. Let's explore some of the core features of this technology. The first concept that we're going to speak about, or the first feature that we're going to speak about, focuses around JSX, which is a syntax extension to JavaScript. It is basically used with React to describe what the user interface should look like. So by using the JSX or the syntax extension, it is now possible to write HTML structures in the same file that also go and contain the JavaScript code, but still ensuring the right level of segregation between the script and the HTML in order to keep the code legible, maintainable, and flexible to change. The other important aspect of React.js is the virtual DOM. The generic DOM is released by W3C and is an API that allows us to create the HTML pages. React keeps a lightweight representation of the real DOM, which it calls the virtual DOM, which actually wraps the W3C DOM API or the DOM tree structure that exists on your HTML page. So manipulating the real DOM is much slower than actually manipulating the virtual DOM, which is the wrapper layer on which the React.js API operates. So when the state of an object changes, the virtual DOM changes only that object in the real DOM instead of updating all the objects. And this saves a lot of time, because rather than actually going and generating a full tree shake and recreating the entire DOM tree structure of the page, working at the virtual DOM has this added benefit that React.js comes with, where it does not need to do a complete DOM tree rewrite for any update that dynamically you would want to do on the page. The architecture that React.js uses In a model view controller based architecture, React sits at the view, which is now responsible for how the application looks and feel. In an MVC architecture, the controller will map to the functional flow of the application, and the model will map data store or the data mapping mechanism in your app, while the view works and maps to the HTML templates that are rendered on the screen. So MVC is an architectural pattern that separates the application into three layers: the model, which focuses on the data and the data mapping; the entity model; the view, which focuses on the HTML templates; and the controller that maps to the functional flow of that use case. So the model would relate to the data, the view to the UI, and the controller acts as a super user and allows us to transmit data between the model and the view. This makes data binding a very crucial feature of React.js, and React's one-way data binding keeps everything modular and fast. So once you have your data set up in the model, you obviously would want to take that data and represent it inside the view. So this unidirectional data flow in React would mean that when designing a React app, you would often nest child components within parent components to ensure you have a healthy and an intelligent data sharing strategy. So I could have a shopping cart component which would have a list of line items within it, and that would be an example of a nested component sharing data and information among themselves. Next comes the extensions. So React goes beyond simple UI and has many extensions for complete application architecture support. These extensions also would provide server-side rendering and support mobile app development, and hence React can also be extended with Flux and Redux, among other third-party extension APIs that support this entire ecosystem. So the very fact that we today built using the JavaScript language is because we can go ahead and create hybrid applications that can then also be ported as installable apps on mobility platforms. The debugging for React is extremely easy to do because of the large developer community and support with plugins, and Facebook also provides a small browser extension that makes debugging for React applications faster and easier to do. Coming to the components, which is the core aspect of what React has to offer. It's very essential that we build the right component design in the application to ensure that transmitting data and the information flow between various components is really smooth in terms of its execution, and it's well designed. And this is the crux of the single page application that we designed today, where you really do not navigate the user to different pages, but you just inject a set of components into the page and remove them when not required, creating an illusion for the end user that the customer is actually going and navigating across different pages. So coming to components, they are actually the building blocks of a React application that represent a part of the user interface. So if you look at the Facebook website itself, this would be split up into different components. So there would be a login component that would take care of the credential management. There would be another component that looks at registering users. The company logo and the connect and share that you see would also be a different set of components that could be injected as and when required onto the page. So the sign up, the image component, the icon component, all of these are split into several small sections of code blocks which can be tested separately and then added onto your consolidated page. So the components basically promote reusability, where a component that is used in one area of the application can also be reused in another area with updated data. And this is what actually helps speed up the entire development process in React. You can also nest components within each other. For example, in an e-commerce application with a retail store, I could have a shopping list component that could further have a set of products within it, and a product component could actually further nest a product detail component inside it. And this is what and how the entire application structure can be designed with nested components. The render method is one of the most important, and it is in its minimal form. Basically, a component must define this method, which actually specifies how this component would go and render onto the DOM tree and ultimately the browser. From passing properties between components, which is again a very core aspect of React, where components would communicate with each other by transmitting data in terms of properties, and a component can also receive props, and these are basically data points or data values that are passed by the parent to specify certain values from the parent to the child component. Components are further categorized into certain categories that we are going to talk about. So there are stateless functional components and stateful class components. Now, what do these mean? We'll focus on the stateless first. Now, these are JavaScript functions which basically return a stream of HTML, and they can be contained in a JS or a JSX extensions files. Then we've got stateful class components. Now, these are regular classes that extend the component class, and they must contain a render method that should return a stream of HTML. And again, they can be contained within a JS or a JSX file. So a stateless functional component would not really hold any state in terms of data values and will just return a static stream of HTML. On the other hand, a stateful class would also do state management by storing some amount of data along with it and then bind that into the HTML view, which would be rendered on the UI. Let's talk about props or properties. Now, components can pass properties from the parent component to the nested or the inner child component. Properties actually help making components more dynamic, because due to the data binding and the state that the properties hold, you can actually flash certain amount of updated values into the user interface or the components that are being injected onto the UI. It's hence important to define all these props, their data types, and also their default values. Props in a component cannot be changed. Let's talk about state management next, which is the value that most of the components would hold at any given point of time when your application is functional. We are back again to the Facebook landing page where we see the login component, and let's consider a scenario here where when a user logging into Facebook clicks on the login icon without entering any credentials. So what would happen? Obviously the login would fail, and the color of the login icon changes, and a sudden alert symbol appears instructing the user to perform a different action and prompting the user to first register into Facebook before attempting to log in, because that's not a valid user ID that probably would be registered with Facebook. Now, these actions are facilitated by React with the help of states, and that is what makes state management a very crucial aspect of the React framework. So a state object stores the values of properties belonging to a component. So if I have a login component, the current state of that component could be successfully logged in or denied login. These would be different valid states for a property belonging to a component. So this state can be modified based on some user action or based on some network changes. So every time the state of some data changes, React would re-render the component into the browser. The state object is initialized in the constructor of the component, which is a function that automatically triggers when the component object is initialized. The state object can also store multiple properties. So multiple property values can be assigned, and this .setState is a method used to change the value of the state object. The setState function performs a shallow merge between the new state that you provide and the previous state. Let's talk about event handling. Now, events are going to be the notification or triggers or user performed actions that would trigger the state in a component to get modified. So every application revolves around handling and listening to events in order to do something else in response. So in response to an event, you can perform an action. So event handling with React follows two major conventions. React events are named using camel casing rather than lowercase. So camel casing would have the first letter of the word in lowercase and the second major letter in uppercase. With JSX, you can pass a function as the event handler rather than a string. So an entire function expression can be passed as a parameter to the event handler and not just flat string values. So here, if you look at the code, you see an HTML button. On the click of a button, that's the camel casing for the on-click registration, equal to, we've passed a function which is called display message, which will be executed when the button is clicked. and that display message plays the role of an event handler. Now it's time to understand event binding. So along with the notifications that you subscribe to so that you would come to know where users have clicked or what interaction has happened in your component, you may also want to send data or information along with this event. So event binding tells the browser which function is called when a particular event occurs and what kind of data you would want to send across. So event binding is basically what you achieve in React using these following steps. The first step is you would bind the handler in the render method by using a keyword called as this. So this is a system defined keyword in React which is used to bind the event handler inside your render method. The arrow functions in the render method can also be used to do event binding. The arrow function is now an ECMAScript standard, which also makes it a JavaScript standard, and hence the arrow function is very similar to the lambda operators, etc. that you have in other programming languages like C#. So binding the event handler in the constructor is also another step or another mode via which the event binding can be achieved. The arrow function as a class property can also be implemented to do the binding. Let's move to a hands-on demo to understand how do we set up a basic application using components, using nested components, using props or properties, understanding state management, and doing event binding and event subscription to set up a simple React.js application. So let's start with creating a simple demo on React.js, and we are going to create a simple application that will connect to an online music streaming service called Spotify, and we will call our application Music App. So let's get started. The first step is to first get the Node.js platform and server installed. To do that, let me go to Google and let's just type Node.js, and here is the website nodejs.org. There are two versions available, the LTS, which is the stable version, and the current. We'll prefer the stable, so we'll click on that, and you can see we have an option which is called save file. The moment this file is saved to the disk, we just need to double click on it and keep clicking on the next button to get it installed on our system. And we also have a documentation available here, so which explains most of the features of the Node platform, and there are binaries available for different OSs, Mac, Windows, etc. So you can select the right bitness, 32-bit, 64-bit, and the right OS, and then go ahead and download the specific version that suits your platform. And you can see here that there are different, there are also help files available that will allow you to go through the installation documents for Node.js installation on Linux, etc. So to start with, I'm opening up the command prompt, and here is where we're going to call the Node Package Manager. Using the Node Package Manager, which is pre-installed with your standard Node.js installation, we will initialize our React application. So we would say React-app, and we want to now go and create an application called Music App in this folder. So as a prerequisite for the demo, all we need to do is install Node.js from nodejs.org, the official website. Just download it and install it, and that's when you open the command prompt, you fire npm, which stands for Node Package Manager, init for initialize. React-app is a standard keyword to initialize and create a skeletal structure of a React.js application, and the name of the app is Music App. So we'll hit enter, we'll give this some time, and you can see it's started downloading the core React.js libraries, and it is attempting to create our application. So it's installing all the prerequisite packages and scripts that are required to initialize and create a new React.js application called Music App. Now, once this application is created, all we would require is an online editor. So you could use an offline or an on-premise editor as well. So any editor of your choice, it could be Atom or Sublime Text or WebStorm. And for this demo, we're going to use Visual Studio Code, which is a free editor available by Microsoft, and you can just Google for Visual Studio Code. Again, this is not Visual Studio Professional Edition, etc. that we use for building our C# or MVC based applications. This is a lightweight editor for building JavaScript based full applications. So So while this installs, let's go and take a look at Visual Studio Code. So this is the Visual Studio Code editor, and this is the editor that we've installed directly, downloaded from visualstudiocode.com and installed it. And all we need to do is open up this folder that would be created with all the prerequisite files in it. We just say File, Open Folder, and we would open that folder within our Visual Studio Code editor. So we'll give it a while until that application gets generated, and once it's created, we will again implement the component-based design and architecture and the data flow between the components. And we'd also look at connecting to a live data source, which is a JSON set of characters that we would consume, which is a RESTful service. The set of music tracks exposed as a RESTful API endpoint by Spotify, which is a premium streaming service. We will connect to that, and we will look at accessing some of the music tracks on that website. Okay, so we've got the application created here. So let's minimize this, and we'll open up our editor. All we've got to say is File and Open Folder, and let me go to the React.js demo folder. So this is the music app that got created, and that's exactly what we're going to open up here. So we'll navigate to that folder. It's called Music App. We'll select it and have it opened in our application. So you can see here we've got a Node modules folder. This has all of the pre-installed packages that make up the React.js library. We've got a folder called public, which will have the index.html file. That's the root file that will launch. So this is the single page application that we typically create in React. You have a single page on which we're going to load multiple components. So that's the index.html, and then we could go and create our folder structure. Currently, if I open the source folder, we can see a single app.js file, and that basically is the file that has the source code in JavaScript for a single component, which we are interested in adding on to our page as of now. So we just have one component, which is the default root component. That's the app component, and it has its corresponding CSS file. And then we've got a public folder with the index.html file, which is going to be the root HTML file that launches when we run our application. So let's go right up here, and let's add a link to an additional file. So I'm going to link to another style sheet. Okay, so we'd say relationship is equal to style sheet, and the type is going to be text and CSS, and we will reference a file called reset.css, and this is a file that we'll look at adding up later on. It doesn't exist at this point in time, so we will connect this, and that's purely for styling purposes, so that we can have all of our CSS styles defined there. Next thing, I'll right click on the public folder. We'll create a new file. We'll name this file as reset.css. So that's going to be the CSS file that will have all of the CSS styling that we're going to apply. And I'm going to use a ready code snippet for the CSS code. So let me just, all I'll do is I'll just go and pick up a ready CSS file that I can just go and use. If you look here, I have a set of CSS files that are created that we're just going to use within our application, and that will avoid us spending a lot of time on the styling, so that we can focus on our core concepts, which is actually learning how component-based architecture works and how do we set up components and have data communication between them in React. So here is a file called reset.css. Let me just fire up Notepad, and I'll just open up this file, copy up the text here, and I'm going to just paste it within my reset.css. And if you look at the code, very simple. It's all about styling. So we've got article, aside, etc. all HTML5 tags set up as display blocks, so they take up the entire width of the page. We've got some padding, margin, and font size, etc. defined. We've removed list styling for the unordered and ordered lists, specifying the line height for the body tag. So basically just styling up tables, and so nothing to do with React here. It's just about simple CSS that we've added up, and now we need to actually go in and dive into creation of the components that we need. So let's right click on the source folder. So I'll select the source folder. We'll right click there, and that's where we're going to create a new folder which is called components. Okay, so this is the components folder now that's going to hold all of the components within it. Within the components folder, let me create another new folder, and I'm going to call it app. And this is exactly how we are expected to structure all of the code that we have. Now, I already have a CSS and an app.js, which are the root components that were added by default. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to move them within this folder called app. Okay, so there is a proper segregation of responsibility, and all of the code that deals with a particular component is all added into respective folders, and this really improves the maintainability of the application going forward. Now, we'll need some images, and I'm just going to make use of some set of images that I've downloaded from the web. And here are the set of images that I have. So I'm just going to copy all of them, and we'll come to our music app, and we'll go into the components and app folder, and that's where we're going to add all of the files, and you've seen all of those image files getting added. So these are just icons and images we're going to use for our music tracks inside our application. Now let's move to the app.css file, and this is where we've actually got so the app.css file is the file that's going to style up all of the style rules that we've added into the root app component, and this is what we'll have to revamp. So I'll just get rid of this code, and we'll probably add something for the body tag, the HTML tag, and the root element. Let me say hash root, and let's set the height to 100%. Coming to all of the HTML across the page, we'll give it a font size of 10 pixels, and the H1 elements, let me give it a padding of 0.77 and 0. Let's set a background color, give it a background color. I'll just select some random color here that can be applied. Then we'll set up the text alignment, which is going to be the center of the page. We'll set up the font family. The font family is, and this is part of sans serif. What else do we add? Let's add up the font size, 1.88, and also the color. So again, these are standard HTML and CSS elements, so nothing really that has to be done that is specific to React here. So again, we are bringing in the highlight class. So there is a class called highlight that we will create later in the HTML view of this component, and we'll set this to a red RGB component. So combination of 46, 113, and 238. Okay, so that's pretty much done. Let's move on and also add up for the anchor tag. Let's add up some text decoration and set it to none so that the anchor tags don't come up with those underlines. And of course, we'll provide a color of hash. Okay, so a white color there. Now coming to the H2 element. For the H2 element, let's have font family, and again I'm going to use the font family that we defined here, bracket, and we'll change this to probably 1.55. Okay, now coming to the app tag, let me just save this and create a copy of it. There was some content that I did delete, and I can simply go and make use of it. So I've just undone all of the deletion. So this is something that I can, if I can use something, I can just probably use it from the tag below. So let me start with a height here, and let's say the height of the header is 100% of the app, sorry, not header. Padding 0, 17%, 10%, 17%. The background, and I'm going to change that to background URL. So the background URL, or let's say the background image, will have a URL property. Okay, and that URL is going to be ./pg1.jpg. So that's the image that we've added some in the previous step. Let's also add background background size. So we'll add background size and set it to cover. I'll also need a background position, set it to center. Let's have background repeat, which is set to no repeat, so that we don't have the image in a grid format. And then I would need this, so get rid of it. Let's take up the font family. We'll maintain the same font family. Let's use font weight. The font weight is going to be 500 and the color is going to be hash, so that's a white color. Then we come to .app.playlist. So that's going to be another class that we are going to use. But app-playlist is what we're going to name it. And let me say that the display should be flexible display, and we will justify the content to leave spaces in between. Alright, so that finishes that bit, and now let's write up a media query for the responsiveness of this page. So this is media for only screen, and max width is going to be 1020 pixels. Okay, and the class name that we'll provide later is obviously app playlist. So for this screen size, we would align all the items to the center, and we change the flex direction. Okay, so we seem to be good with the CSS for the app as of now, and that's the app.css that we created. Let me save everything. Okay, let's check for any kind of additional. So all free of errors, no errors now. Things are good in the app CSS, and it's time to move to the next step of building this application. Now we'll have to go and add up the code for the app.js file. So let's dive into the app.js file, and this is where we will actually need to go and add all of the code that is required for the app component. So all the code that's relevant to the app component, we are going to add up inside this specific component itself, which is going to be obviously the app.js file. So we have skeletal code, which is importing the React library, and let me get rid of the basic sample logo. We'll have app.css that's getting imported here. Besides that, a lot of other files that we'll have to get in. So let me import playlist, and these are the components that we'll create as we go forward, and we are going to get this from the playlist folder, and the component, the file is going to be called playlist, so we'll add that. Then we'll have to go and also import search bar. So what we're basically doing is we're going to split this app into different components. There's going to be one component that manages the playlist of all the tracks. One component will act as the search bar. So that's the search bar component that we're going to add. So searching for tracks will be managed by this. We'll have another component that we'll create that will get imported into the root app component, which is search results. So this is going to display the record set with the set of results as an outcome of the search criteria. So search results / search results. And finally, we'll go and import Spotify. That's the Spotify service from. So we'll create a utility folder which will hold the code that connects us to Spotify. So that's what we are adding up next. So all of the imports are done. One component that manages the search bar. So that's search bar, search results. Let me correct the spellings there. That's search results, that's Spotify, and playlist. So that's done. Now let's move on to the class that we're going to create here. So let's create a class app that goes and extends React.component. So that's going to be a React.js component. So that's a constructor. We discussed about props or properties and state management, and that's what we are implementing. We are using the super keyword as a best practice so that all the properties are initialized in the constructor, and also we pass the values up the chain to the super class, which is the root component class. Now we're going to initialize a variable called state that's going to manage the state, and we are interested in tracking our search results. So we'll have multiple results, so we'll store that as an array. The playlist would have different names, so we'll just call ours new playlist, That's the default name. And we will also store a list of tracks, which is going to be playlist tracks. So playlist tracks is going to be our list of tracks. And let's close this block. Okay, and this too is going to be initialized within the constructor. So we'll add it here. And now we need to do the binding. We discussed data binding. So let's look at creating a search variable, which will hold this dot search dot bind and bind to the context of this very class. So we are passing this pointer. Then we'll create another variable called add track weights to this dot add track dot bind, and all this functionality is what we're going to add going forward. So right now we're just setting up the bindings. Then we'll have capability to remove a track. So we'll say remove track. So remove track equal to this dot remove track dot bind, and let's fix that. So, and all of this too is going to be initialized as part of the constructor. So that's where we're going to add it. Then we'll need to update the playlist name. So we'll need functionality that will help us to update the name of the playlist. So functionality that helps us to update the playlist name. So this dot update playlist name is equal to this dot update playlist name dot bind, and this is the pointer that we'll pass. I need to save the playlist. So this dot save playlist equal to this dot save playlist dot bind and pass this. And then I would also need to remove the track that has been searched for from the playlist. So remove track search equal to this dot remove track search and dot bind. And finally, one last function that executes all of these, which probably will bind to this context. So all the declarations are done in the constructor. Now we need to provide the definitions for all the methods that we actually have added here. So let me select this, tab inside, and let's start with the search function. So we'll define the search first. It takes some variable value that it searches on, and then I'm going to say Spotify dot search. I'm going to search for term dot then, and that's an observable. So the moment the search returns a value, it's going to call this callback function, and that's when we want to set the state, and we're going to set the state for search results to whatever is passed by the system. So the search results are going to be returned as a callback, and that's what we'll store as an updated state. Now coming to the add track method. So let's scroll up and we'll say add track, and this will take the track to be added. Let's declare a temporary variable called tracks equal to this dot the current state of all the tracks that are there in the playlist. Now if tracks dot find, I'm going to call the find method. So if we are able to find, which means that the track is already there in the playlist, then we would not want to add it. If it's not there in the playlist, that's when we would want to go and add it. The triple equal to is an equality operator that will check for both a value match and a match on the data type as well. Okay, so if the track is already saved, do nothing. If the track is not saved, just track the track ID, because that is the track that will have to be added. If it's already there, then just return. If it's not there, then we've got to go to this variable called tracks. We'll use the JavaScript method called push, and we will push the current track into this tracks array and then update the state. So we'll want to set the state of the playlist tracks, and this is how your state management that we discussed in detail is actually being practically implemented here. Okay, so the track has been added. Now let's talk about the remove track. So that's the remove track function, and that's the track that we want to remove. So let tracks equal to this dot state dot playlist tracks. Those are the set of current tracks that we have, and let track search, another temporary variable, equal to this dot the current state of the search results. Then let's take the tracks array equal to tracks dot filter, So filter is a JavaScript function that will again allow you to remove a certain value, create a temporary variable called current track, use the lambda operator, and if the current track.id is not equal to the track.id, which means this particular track is not there in the list. Okay, so you need to remove that, and again I have a method called as unshift, which will actually get rid of the track in the array. And then we've got to, so we'll search whether that track is existing in the tracks array. If it is, then we simply want to remove it. If not, we do nothing. So we set the state. We need to update the state of the playlist because a track has been removed. So the playlist tracks will have to be updated with this tracks array. Okay, then we go for remove track search. That's the next method. That also will take a track as a parameter. Okay, here we are going to say let tracks, which is another temporary variable. We'll give it the current state of search results, and then we are going to say tracks equal to tracks dot filter current track dot id not be equal to the track dot id. And then this is where we would want to say this dot set state, and we'll pick up search results, and let's go and assign that to track. So that's the updated set of tracks after making that change. Let's remove this and correct it. Okay, so that's fine. So the remove track is now, the remove track and the remove track search is now in place. Let's add the do these functions, which actually again takes track as a parameter. And here we'll say this dot add track. Okay, so it adds the track and then it removes the track from the search criteria. So the search component, which is managing searching of the tracks, that will go and remove it from there after adding the new track. So that's a combined operation we want to execute. Then I've got update playlist name, which will take the name of the track to update, and this dot set state, the playlist name is what we need to update with the name that is passed to this function. Then we've got to save playlist. So here let me create a constant variable. Constants are variables whose values will not frequently change. We'll take all the track URIs dot state dot playlist tracks will be dot map, create a temporary variable called track dot URI. So we actually want to go and now save this on Spotify. So that's the reason we'll access Spotify's save playlist method. This dot state dot playlist name comma track URIs, and if that is successful, we then go and do a callback. So that's the callback anonymous function where we're going to say this dot set date, and the playlist name that we want to create on Spotify will be called new playlist. So that's the custom name that I want to provide, and the playlist tracks, define that. This closes here. Okay, so that's for the update on Spotify. Now here is where the render method is going to return the HTML. Now this HTML is the view, and React simplifies this by having the JavaScript and the HTML in the same file, so you can actually go and access the variables you've declared in the script directly in your HTML view and synchronize and bind the data together. So it helps from a maintainability perspective. So even though everything is in the same file, it's well classified and differentiated into different code blocks. So we'll add the anchor tag and we'll say href is HTTP localhost. So that's the default server port on which this application will run. Okay, and we want to give it a custom URL name of musicophile. So the h1 terminates. We'll then say div class name equal to app. Within that, this is how we're going to inject our search bar. That's going to be the search bar component injected here, and on search, so that's the custom event, we will call a method called search. So on search, we bind to a method called this dot search. Then we'll open up another div. Here we'll have class name equal to app dash playlist. And if you remember, that's exactly the CSS class name that we referred to in the CSS file. We have another component called search results that we're going to inject here, and that's going to be search results. Here search results will be equal to this dot state dot search results. So that's how we can actually go and bind. So that's simple data binding. The component is going to be displayed with the data bound. And if somebody says add, if I click on the add button for search results, do these. So it will add that new track to the playlist by calling binding to the do these function, and it will remove it from the search results text box. Then we have another component called playlist, and here the playlist tracks will be bound to this dot state dot playlist tracks. Okay, so on the top, if you look here, we started with defining all the function declarations in the constructor. Then we provided the function definitions. Okay, that's how. And this that we passed refers to the context of the current component itself. So whatever you put into the app component or into the respective component, those values will be then passed out here to these individual functions. Okay, so that's with the playlist. Couple of things we'll have to do is, if somebody changes the name of the track, so on name change is going to be another custom event where we'll have to call this dot update playlist name. And we also have remove functionality. So to remove a track, we would say equal to this dot remove track on save equal to this dot save playlist. Okay, so that's done, and we close this. So we seem to be pretty much on track. The export app will make this all of these functions accessible across other components. It's very similar to the public access specifiers, etc., that you provide in other programming languages. So that's done. We've created our app component. Now let's create another folder under components, and we've got to define all our various components here. This folder is going to be for the search bar, so we'll name it search bar. We'll add two files within it, the search bar .css, okay, and another file that we'll need here is search bar .js. So that's in terms of the search bar. Let's start with the CSS file. So we'll start with first styling search bar. We will say that the display should be flex direction should be column. We want all the items to be aligned at the center, so that's align item center. Then we'll add up padding. So padding top is going to be 6.94 rem, and margin bottom is going to be 6.33 rem. All right, now let's add up for the search bar. So that's search bar. We'll add for the input element, we want the width to be 287 pixels, the padding to be 0.880, the border should be 1 pixel solid white. The border radius will give a slight rounded edge to give a web 3.0 look and feel, so we'll set up the border radius. Then we've got margin bottom, so we've got a bottom margin that we want to add up. Then we have color, so let's add up the color, C3F, so that's the color, black. Then let's add text alignment of center, and let's add up a font size of 1 rem. Okay, so that's how we've set this up. Let's add the search bar. Input is going to be, so if someone focuses, so focus is the got focus, so if someone clicks inside, so if the end user goes and clicks inside the text box, we change the outline to none. Okay, and so for the search bar, we are interested on input, and if the input is focus, so that's the event that we are looking for. And then we would have a button called search button. So on the search button, the cursor, we'll set it to pointer, so that's the cursor pointer. The width, we set it to 8.11 rem. The padding, we are going to set up to 0.77 rem and 0. The border radius, we'll set it to 54 pixels, so we get a slightly well-defined search button with a nice little border. Let's also add background color, hash 1db954. That gives me a color. Then I've got my text alignment. Let's set that to center. Then we've got our font family. Let's set up the font family to the same standard font, AT, and it's a part of the sans serif family. Then we'll set up the font size to 0.833 rem. Correct this. And finally, we will need transition. So all of these are basic CSS properties. So that will add a slight transitional effect with a delay of that many milliseconds. So transition, background color, we've provided. What else? Let me scroll up. Let's also provide a border here. So we'll remove, in fact, let's remove the border. We would not want a border on the button. That would look odd. So I'll get rid of the border. And color, we'll specify as per our standard color that we've been using. Okay, so that's the color we've specified. And then I've got font weight of 500. Finally, we'll take the search button. And on the search button, we will register for the hover event. So if someone takes their mouse over the button, that's the hover event. In that case, if we hover around the button, we would want the background color to change. So it will appear to have a slight little glow there. A mouse pointer moves over the button. Okay, so that's the opacity and the RGB combination. So that completes the CSS file for the search bar. And we obviously now need to go and get the code in for our search bar component, and that's exactly what we are going to do next. So let's start with setting up the code for the search bar. First thing, let's go and import React from React. Next thing we would want to do is import the search bar .css file. Then we define our class called search bar, which extends React.component. We define our constructor and we go and pass these parameters to the base class. We also define the state. We'll just need one variable here, which is the term to search for in the search bar. And then let's say this dot, we'll define a function called handle term change, which is going to be equal to this dot handle term change dot find. So that's going to be the first function. Then a function that will do the searching for us, which is this dot search. So that's the search function, and we'll have it bind to this. Then we've got this dot handle enter. So the moment we enter into that search text box, handle enter dot bind this. So the functions are ready. Now let's go for the first one, which is handle term change. We'll pass it a system defined keyword of event, this dot set state, and for the term we will use the event keyword. We will get the value that is there inside that text box the moment the search term the user has entered changes. So the search criteria changes, we trap the updated value. Then in the search function, we will update the local property props.on search. Okay, so we'll access the on search and pass it the updated term, and then we got the handle enter, on which we're also going to pass the system defined event keyword. So if there's any data flowing along with the event, we're interested in it. In this case, the data is the key code that the user is pressing, and if it is 13, that indicates that's the ASCII key code for the enter button. So if the enter is hit, then the user is completed entering the search criteria and we need to start searching. And that's where we write our render method that's going to render the HTML view, and we return the complete view here. So that's the view now that we want to return. Let's say div class name equal to search bar. Then on the input text box, we will use placeholder equal to enter song, album, or artist that you want to search for. On change, on the on change event, the moment the term changes, we connect that to handle term change. We already have a function that manages that. And the moment keys are pressed and released, so on key up is where we would want to connect to this dot handle enter. Okay, and this is brace bracket that I'll have to put up here. So in the render function, we're going to return a value. I shouldn't forget to export the search bar. Okay, so that's what I want to export. So we've exported that. Okay, so at the end of this, what we've done is we've written a render method. We've written our div tag. Here is where we'll go and close the div tag. We've added an input, and here is where I'm going to add a button, provide a class name called search button, and the moment the end user clicks on the button, we're going to connect it to this dot search, and we close the button tag. Within the button tag search. So that completes the render function. So in the render function, again, let's run through all of what we've written. We started with extending React.component. We then added a constructor, passing props to the super class constructor. We created state. We set it to a value of term and null. So the state currently we defined as term. Then we said handle term changes, search and handle enter should be functions that we want to add. Then handle term changes we defined, search we defined, and handle enter we've also defined. Then we used render. Render we said is going to return to us the HTML that we've specified. Okay, we dumped all the HTML that we want this component to return to us. So on change and on key up are both two functions that or two events that we connected to, where we called handle term change and handle enter. Then we added a button where we registered for the click event and connected it to this dot search. So all the three functions that we had actually written. So two things we've completed now. In the app class, okay, if you look at the app class, we've actually defined a set of functions here that deal with the playlist and adding applications, etc., adding tracks, removing tracks. Then we've created the search bar. Okay, so we saw that the search bar also, we have specified a set of functions, and all the functions that we defined, we have taken care to structure every component separately. So the search component is doing something completely different, which is managing the search bar. We have the core, the root app component, in which we have imported all of the other set of JavaScript classes that we are creating. And that's how the entire application is now structured. So, and that's the core concept when you're working with React, where you would actually have every separate block of code or every separate functionality handled in a different component altogether. So we've completed the search bar component as well. So two components done and two components good to go. So we've got to start up on the next set of components that we will need to build. And the next component is the track component that will manage individual tracks. So a new folder, a new file called track.css and track.js. So that's going to manage the tracks for us. So let's start with .track. We would say display is flex, align items, center, border bottom, 1 pixel, solid, RGBA, 256, 256, 256, 0.8. That's the opacity. Then let's come to track action. So we'll use all of these classes when we write up the HTML view. We'll add a padding here of 0.5. We'll set up a font size of 1.05. Set up a transition color of 0.25s, border of 0 pixel, and a background color of RGBA 0000 color hash. So that's the color that we continue to use. Then we bring in track, another class, track action, and if we hover over this class, we want the RGB values change to 265, 265, 265, 5 is the last parameter. So that's the hover. Then we have track information. So track information is the next class that we're dealing with. We'll add the flex parameter first, display flex, and then flex direction is going to be column. Let's have justify content set up as center, and let's have height as 180 pixel. So that's track information. Let's have another track information and the h3 tags nested inside that. For all the h3 tags nested inside that, we'll need a margin bottom of 0.22 rem. Finally, let's have track information and paragraph tag. We'll have the font size of 0.83 rem and a font weight of 300 and a color as well that we'll add. So let's add up a color here, RGBA 256, 256 and 0.8. Okay, so that's in terms of the CSS. And let's move to the track, and we'll move into the JavaScript file. So let's move into, so let me take what we added in the search bar. I'll go to the track.js. This will change to track.css. Okay, the constructor, this will change to add track. So add track, change this to add track. This is remove track, change this to remove track, get rid of this. And that's going to be the add track function. And here we are going to say this dot props. So we'll modify this dot props dot on add, this dot props dot track. And then we have the remove track. So that's going to be the remove track function. This function is not required. So this dot props dot on remove, and this is the track that we would want to go and remove. We'll add up another function called render action. So this is going to be a function that we are defining called render action. And in this we'll just check if this dot props dot is remove. If this dot props dot is removal, so in that case we would want to return. So this is a view action method that we are adding, which is going to go and add this button with a class called as track action that we've already written the CSS for, and this button will actually get added via this render action function, and this dot remove track is what it's going to map to. Let's close this. This is going to bind to this specific function. So that's the closing button tag. Okay, so the closing button tag is what we've added there, and the binding is what we have done to this dot remove track. And we will terminate this here. So now the render action, let's also have the return here, and we just add up the button, and this is going to add track. So you can look at how the component is completely dynamic in nature. So we have two buttons that are going to be added. This button with a hyphen is going to remove the track. This button with a plus sign is going to add the track. And you can actually see how simply it was done in a render action function. So the render action function actually helped with checking that if on the value of the props, and if the user, depending on the action performed, you will actually be able to remove a track or add a track from the existing playlist. Okay, and then the class name here is now going to be track. The class name for the enclosing div inside it. So let me get rid of this. The class name for the enclosing div here is going to be track dash information. Within it, we'll add h3. We'll bind to this dot props dot track dot name. So the name of the track is going to get bound here. Then in the paragraph, we will bind to this dot props dot track dot artist, and with some gap, this dot props dot track dot album. So that's what we've data bound to. And then let me add an iframe. An iframe allows us to very easily inject some content into the page within a small embedded window. The source parameter of the frame is going to be https open dot. So here I'm connecting to the Spotify stream, spotify.com/embed/track, and close this. So that's the Spotify stream that we are going to connect to, and this dot props dot track dot id. So that's the track id. The width is going to be 300. The height parameter, the height parameter is going to be 80 of the iframe, and the frame border is going to be 0, and the allow transparency, so that's the opacity, we'll say true. Let's add allow encrypted media. So if Spotify has encrypted media, that also would be embedded here, and we can also have the title set to preview. So that's with the iframe. Okay, at the bottom is where we would want to, so this could be an empty element, and we can close it right around here, so we wouldn't need this part. And then here I'm just going to say this dot render action. So we call the render action method, which will actually give us plus minus button to add and remove new element. Okay, and that's what we can actually go and add up there. So let's check now whether all that we've done is good to go. Fine, so everything looks good in terms of the track component now, and we have all of the functions in place. It's now time to jump into the next component that we would require after the track component, and that's going to be the track list. So this is going to be a list component that will comprise of a list of tracks inside it. So we'll create a new folder, call this track list, and that's going to have track list CSS, and it's going to have track list.js. So that's the track list component now, which we're going to go ahead and use. And the CSS, we don't need much, so let's just say track list, and we just provide a width of 100%. Okay, that's all we'll need in the CSS. So let me add this in the CSS file, save this, and come to the JS file now, which is going to have the track list code that we will need to add up. So here again, I'm going to say import React. From React, we'd also want to import track list.css, and we'd also want to go and get track, because this component is going to be made up of a collection of tracks, individual tracks. So we want to get this from track/track, and we'll define class track list, which is going to go and extend react.component. We just need the render method here, because this just needs to go. It does not really have any state of itself. It simply goes and returns a list of individual tracks. So this class name is going to be track list, and we'll bind to this dot props dot tracks dot map, create a temporary variable, and this will go and return the track component, which is going to bind to individual track data. The key is going to be track.id. So the key is going to be track.id, and on adding a new track, we want to bind to this dot properties dot, and we already have on add defined, so that's what we connect to. We add up my brace bracket here. Okay, and then we would also need is removal equal to this dot props dot is removal, and the on remove will to this dot props dot on remove. So that's for the track removal. And so we've got our track list. Oh yes, we'll have to go and also close the div tag correctly, and also we'll need to go and export. So we'll have to go and export the track list. So we've got one more component done, which is track lists, and let's move on to the next component now. So we've got app, which is root. We've got the search bar that takes care of entering the search criteria. We've got individual tracks that are searched and returned, and we've got a track list that manages a set of track records. So the track is more relevant to the playlist, and then we've got the search results also to manage. Once we search for some set of tracks, so we'll add a new folder which manages search results, and this is going to have search results.css, and it's going to have search results.js. Okay, so we need a search results.css and JS, and here in the CSS file we'll keep it simple for the search results. So we'll say search results. We'll set up the width of 50%. We'll set up the height of 950 pixels. We'll say overflow Y is scroll. We'll say padding is 0.88 rem. Background color will be RGBA 95 23 23 0.7, and we will use the box model. So we'll provide a shadow, dropping shadow of 0, 4 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, hash, and then let's add a scroll bar. So WebKit and MOZ are the constants specific to Mozilla and Chrome browsers. So they target certain animated features, etc., or properties that are specific to those individual browsers. And that's the reason we use those constants. And then we'll also add a media query that if it goes with a max width 1020 pixels, in that case dot search results width is 90% with a margin bottom of 2 rem. Okay, so forgot to add the hyphen, so it's hyphen WebKit scroll bar 0 pixel width, and we've set transparent background. So that's about it with the CSS. I need to get to the JS file. Now let's move to the search results JS file, and that's where we will now have to go and add up the component code for search results. And let me pick this up from track list, add it up here. This will be search results, and we'll need the results will return to us a list of tracks. So we'll have to get track list. This will be track list, and I'm just going to return class name will also be search results. So that's the component, and this is going to export out search results, so it's accessible across other components. Then we've got h2 with results. Let's go and create track list with a set of tracks, and we will bind it to this dot props dot search results. And on the on add, we are going to bind to this dot props dot on add. So we already have that. So that basically completes search results, and that leaves us with the last component, which is going to manage the playlist for us. So we'll add up a new folder in components, and that's going to be playlist, and within that we will have a playlist.css and a playlist.js. So that's our playlist component now. that we're going to work with. And the playlist component is, we'll first set up the CSS that we will need to add up to the playlist, and I'm just going to pick that up from my code snippet. So that's my playlist, and let me get all of that CSS here. So that's just a CSS for the playlist, nothing to do with React, again pure CSS. Let me get into the JS file, and that's where we will need to go and add all of our component code. So again, let me go to the track.js, the track list rather. Let me get this and add it out here. We'll make some small changes. This is going to be playlist. I need to import the track list because the playlist is going to contain a list of tracks. This is going to be playlist, and let me here, this will be playlist, and we'll leave this for later. Okay, let me also get the constructor in. So we'll add up the constructor here, and just one function that we will need here, which is handle name change. If I need to change the name of the playlist, so handle name change, and that's exactly the function that we will need to write code for. So that's the event, and this dot props dot on name change, that's when we'll say event dot target dot value. So we get the updated playlist name. Coming to the render, we'll now need the input. Input is going to be on change equal to this dot handle name change. The default value we have already provided with a hard-coded value, which is new playlist. So that's the default value. If not provided, then we'll just pick up the default value. Then we've got track list. So track list is what I will add. The tracks I'm going to bind to this dot props dot playlist tracks. So we're going to bind this to playlist tracks, and here we will say is removal equal to true, and on remove equal to, we'll bind that to this dot props dot on remove. Finally, we'll need a button. We will use class name equal to playlist dash save. That's what we've added in the CSS. Click equal to this dot props dot on save, and here we're going to say save to Spotify. So that's with the playlist, and yes, we need to go and export playlist and not track list. Now we'll need to do a quick lookup in Spotify. So let's go to this website called developer.spotify.com, and once we sign in and create an ID, it takes us to our dashboard. That's where we can create a sample application. The name of the application will be musico file. Okay, and we'll say that we are building some kind of desktop app, for example, for which we want to connect this to, and we'll also need to provide so we'll say next, refresh the dashboard. So it's asking me for a login, so let me log in once more. So moment I log in, that's going to be description, and I'll say maybe this is why I need it. I'll say no, not commercial integration, agree with the terms and conditions, and we will say submit, and that's the application that has got created. And now I can say edit settings, and the redirect URL here is what is important. So it should accept connections from HTTP localhost 3000. That's the port on which we will host our application. Okay, and we'll say save. Okay, so that's now there's a client ID that is generated here for my app, which is unique. So I'll just copy that up. Let me come up to my application. Under the source folder, I'm going to add a new folder called util, and under that a new file called spotify.js. So we will start with adding our code to the spotify.js file that we've just created as a new file within the newly created util folder. The first line of code is going to define a client ID variable that equates to the client ID that we will generate on Spotify. So this is going to be the Spotify generated client ID, which is a unique ID associated for the developer to connect to the Spotify API. And we will look at the source of that as we go through the demo. The next variable that we'll create is the redirect URL, or let's call it redirect URI, and that will equate to localhost :3000, which is the port, and we'll create another variable called the access token. Let's also create another constant variable called Spotify, and this will work like a function expression. So we'll equate it to a function called getAccessToken, and we will say if access token is true, then return the access token. Now let's declare a constant variable called accessTokenMatch, which will be equal to window.location.href.match, and we will say this is equal to access token, which will be equal to, and we will give a regex expression to do a pattern match ampersand, so that we can actually get into the URL and extract the token information from that, and hence the pattern match is crucial here. Another constant variable called expiresInMatch equal to window.location.href.match. Here we will read the expiry information using another regex expression from the URL ampersand asterisk. So that's the second constant variable we've created. Now we will say if access token match and expiresInMatch. In that case, the access token should be equal to access token match of 1. Then we create a variable called expiresIn equal to, we'll do a typecast to number, and we will take the first parameter from the expiresInMatch. That's done. Then we will say window.setTimeout, and we're going to say access token equal to comma expiresIn multiplied by 1000. Then we will say window.history.pushState, and we will say access token. We'll pass the second parameter as null, the last parameter as slash, and close this, and we will return access token. Else we will say const access URL equal to https accounts.spotify.com/authorize client underscore ID equal to $client ID ampersand response type equal to token ampersand scope equal to playlist dash modify. So we are actually building the URL that will now get generated. So we'll say modified dash public and redirect URL equal to $redirect URI. So we have constructed the URL now that will go out and get generated in the browser, and here we are going to say window.location equal to access URL. Then we'll add the search criteria function, which accepts a term as a parameter to search on. Here we will say constant access token equal to Spotify dot get access token. So we get a reference to the same access token. Return, we call the fetch function, and we're going to pass https api.spotify.com/v1/search ? That's the query string that we will add. Type equal to track and ampersand g equal to $, and we will pass term, comma. As the header information, we will need to pass the authorization, where we will say that the bearer is $access token dot then response return response.json dot then. So the return of this function, once it completes, we will then call the next function, so JSON response, and then we will say return response json. After that, another then block. So we'll now say JSON response, and if not JSON response dot tracks, in that case we will return an empty array, else we will return JSON response dot tracks dot items dot, and we will pass, we'll create track as a variable with a lambda expression, and we'll create a temporary JSON object with ID, and that's where we want to associate track.id that was returned as the search result. The name is going to be associated with track.name. The artist is going to be associated with track.artist of 0.name. The album is going to be track.album.name, and the URI we will equate track.uri. So that completes this block. We'll open the next, and this will be the save playlist, which will take the name and the track URIs, and here we will check if not name or not track URIs dot length. In that case, we simply return out of the code, and then we declare a constant variable called access token, which will be equal to Spotify dot get access token. So we get a reference to the access token. We then declare headers authorization bearer is going to be $access token, and we'll create a user ID, and now we will return the fetch result, where we will pass https api.spotify.com/v1/me. So that's the URL, comma, headers will be the header information. Then we call the then function, declare response as a variable, use the lambda expression, and access response.json. We use the then block to declare JSON response. Here we say user ID equal to JSON response.id, and then we return fetch https api.spotify.com/v1/users/$of/user ID/playlist. So this is how we've constructed the URLs manually. Here we will assign headers to the headers variable. We'll assign method as post, so the data is sent as part of the body and not as part of the URL. And as the body, we will say json.stringify to convert this parameter name, and then we will generate a response variable to response.json, and then we'll create JSON response with the lambda operation. We'll create a constant playlist ID, which is equal to JSON response.id. We will return fetch https api.spotify.com v1/users$user ID/playlist/$. Again, we are constructing the URL. So playlist ID will be replaced here. Then we will say tracks and close this, comma, and here again we will say headers would equate to the headers variable, be constant headers, and this close here. Okay, everything fixed now. So here we are going to say headers should equate to headers, and the method is going to be post, and the body is going to be json.stringify URIs track URIs. And we close this, we close this block, we close this block, and we close this block. So that completes our code. Of course, one more thing we'll have to do, which is export this class out. So export default Spotify. And that completes the code for the Spotify.js, which is part of our utils class. So let's move on now to the next step. So here is the client ID that we'll have to exactly match. So I'll copy this client ID and provide it here. So that's the client ID that we actually need, and we could also store it out here. So that's the client ID, and that's the redirect URL that we've also defined there. And we just create an access token. If the access token is true, we return access token. So the access token is something that we are going to do a match from the moment we try and connect with this particular URL. And you can look here that this is the access URL that we are trying to connect with, okay, with the client ID and postfixed with the redirect URL, right? And then I've got a simple search function which returns an observable. So we try to fetch data using the search term that we provided. Okay, we try to fetch data using the search term provided. If we are successful, we get a response of the data, and accordingly we'll iterate over the JSON response and get a list of tracks out of it and do a mapping of this JSON object to the track ID, name, artist information, album name, etc. And here just like a data access layer, very similar to a data access layer, we've got a save function which will save this data to Spotify as well. So I've got a save playlist and I've got search. So these are the two functions which will go and connect to the Spotify service by using this client ID, and it will allow me to access that information in terms of returning a stream of JSON data, and will then allow me to go ahead and push that JSON data into our application. So now we'll actually need to start up the application. So I'll go to the terminal, and rather let me go to view and bring out the terminal. So this is the integrated terminal that's there in the tool, and it just opens PowerShell from which you can actually fire your commands. So I'm going to say node package manager npm start to actually start up this application. So that's going to do a full compile, and so we will fire this up, give access. So I'll need to grant access to that port 3000. Let's give it time to run. And that's the app now that you can actually see here. So this is the search bar that we actually had. Okay, then we had the results, we had the playlist. Now the results is going to consist of a set of tracks which are maintained by the track list, and then you can take individual tracks with the plus and minus button and add them into the playlist. Okay, so that's how it's typically going to work. Okay, so as you can view here, I'm just going to search for an artist, and we'll click on the search button. It goes to Spotify, tries to connect there, and says that I need to agree to the terms and conditions, and I've just agreed to that. So the very fact that it actually gave us a confirmation link the moment we tried to connect and execute our application, that's proof enough that it actually went and connected to the service there and tried to return a value to us. So this is what we did. We just added an artist, we said search, and you can see now it's successfully connected. I've got a list of tracks available from this artist, and you can see the plus buttons getting added on the fly. So that was the render action. These are buttons that got added onto this list of tracks dynamically the moment the search results returned a value. So I can click on this plus sign, and you can see that the track gets added to the playlist. Okay, as and when I click here. So I've added a couple of tracks. If I go back to my dashboard of my Musicophile application and that I've created here in the developers portal of Spotify on developers.spotify.com, it's blank. So now I'm going to click on save to Spotify. Okay, and that clears the playlist. So let me come here, and now when I come out here, we saw that it actually got successfully connected out here. Now I'll have to log in to, so this was the development app that we actually created on the developers portal of Spotify. Now we will go to spotify.com. So I'll just go to the Spotify website, and it says, do you want to launch the web player and all that? So let me click on that. So it just launches, and can you see here, this is the new playlist that just got added, right? And there were 4 songs that had actually added to the playlist, and you can see here those 4 songs have got added out here. Okay, so I can go here and I can delete this playlist and say I want to delete it. Okay, so there's no playlist now. I'll go back here, I'll add 2 tracks, and I'll say save to Spotify. So that's how you actually saw that the new playlist, you can see the new playlist has come back here. Okay, and that's the playlist. The playlist has got generated again, and that's the new playlist that got created, and we deleted it, but it still got created again, and that indicates the connectivity that we successfully created with this React app. And the core concept of the React app was breaking it down into components, which is the search component. Then we created the track component. We created the track list to maintain a list of tracks. Then we created the search results, which will generate a list of results which further contains a track list. And this is the embedded iframe which gave us the response, which is scrollable here. And you can see that the iframes we created allowed us to scroll this with this embedded web page inside the iframe container. So with that, I hope we've been successful with explaining the concept of component-based design and architecture with React and how important it is to create individual components, and the benefit of that being that you can isolate change requests to a certain component. You can promote reusability. Wherever you want the same feature to be implemented on the page, you can just inject that same component, and the same implementation and the same features can be reused. So it promotes reusability, it promotes flexibility to change, it isolates your change request to single components, preventing the massive effort of recompiling and retesting the entire application as a whole.
In today's session, we'll deep dive into Node.js framework and we'll discuss each and everything that you need to master this framework. We'll start this topic by discussing what is Node.js and how you can install Node.js in your laptop or desktop, and we'll end with the interviews questions that are frequently asked in the Node.js interviews. So watch the video till the end. If you haven't already subscribed to our channel, please do so that you never miss an update.
Welcome to this video by Simplilearn. In today's session, we're going to learn all about Node.js. So without further ado, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. First up, we'll understand what exactly Node.js is. Then we'll understand the necessity of Node.js. Then we'll learn about some of the parts of Node.js, Node.js Express framework, Node.js use cases, and finally we'll look at some of the industry trends. So what exactly is Node.js? Now consider a scenario where a user interacts with a web application. The user only interacts with the front end of the application. But there's a lot of work that goes behind the scenes. Now in a web application, there's a front end, a server, and a database. The front end is developed using JavaScript and frameworks like Angular and React, while the server is built on Java, PHP, or Node.js, and the backend database that stores the data usually consists of MySQL or MongoDB. So Node.js is an open source, cross-platform JavaScript runtime environment for running server-side applications. It is used to develop I/O-intensive web applications like video streaming sites, single-page applications, online chatting applications, and other web applications. It is used by large, established companies and newly minted startups. Node.js was developed by Ryan Dahl in 2009, and at the same time of this session, its latest version is v13.3.0. Now that we know what Node.js is, let's go ahead and look at why it was so prevalent in the field of web development. Here are a few points. First up, Node.js is extremely fast. Being built on Google Chrome's V8 JavaScript engine, its library is extremely fast in code execution. Node Package Manager has around 50,000 bundles for developers, so whatever functionality is required for an application can be easily imported from NPM. All APIs of Node.js library are asynchronous, that is non-blocking. It means a Node.js-based server never waits for an API to return data. Node.js dramatically reduces the processing time while uploading video and audio files. It is also an open source platform and is easy for beginners for web development. The above reasons more than justify the popularity of Node.js platform and why it is being adopted by a large number of organizations and businesses today. So now moving on, let's familiarize ourselves with the parts of Node.js. Node.js consists of several components. Now let's look at them one by one. First up, we have modules. Now modules are like JavaScript libraries which are used in a Node.js application to include a set of functions. Now we can use required function with a parenthesis to include a module in a Node.js application. Node.js application has many modules to provide basic functionality needed for a web application. Some of them could be HTTP, util, fs, URL, query string, stream, and zlib. Next up, we have console. The console module provides a simple debugging console that is similar to the JavaScript console mechanism provided by web browsers. Now the console can print messages to stdout that print standard output messages and stderr to print the error messages. The next component is cluster. Now Node.js is built upon the concept of single threading programming. A single instance of Node.js runs in a single thread. To take advantage of multi-core systems, the user will sometimes want to launch a cluster of Node.js processes to handle the load. A cluster can be added to an application in this way. Here's a small code for you. The next component is global. Now, global objects in Node.js are available in all modules. Now, these objects are functions, modules, strings, etc. Some Node.js global objects are mentioned in the table. You have dir name, that is the directory name, file name, exports, module, and require. The next component is error handling. Now, Node.js applications experience 4 types of errors. We have the standard JavaScript errors, system errors, user-specific errors, and assertion errors. Now, errors in Node.js are handled through exceptions. Now, for example, let's handle an error that would occur when we divide a number by 0. Now, this error would crash the Node.js application, and so we should handle this error. Here's a small code for you. Next up, we have streaming. A stream is an abstract interface for working with streaming data in Node.js. Streams are objects that let you read data or write data continuously. There are 4 types of streams. First one is the readable. These are the types of streams from which data can be read. Writable, these are the types of streams to which data can be written. Duplex, these are both readable and writable streams. Lastly, we have transform. These streams can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. Moving on to the next component, buffer. The JavaScript language has no mechanism for reading or manipulating streams of binary data. Buffer is a module that allows handling streams that contain only binary data. An empty buffer of length 10 can be created by this method. Next up, we have domain. Domains provide a way to handle different I/O operations as a single group. Domain module intercepts errors that remain unhandled. There are 2 types of methods that are used for intercepting these errors. Firstly, we have internal binding. In this case, the error emitter executes its code inside the error method. Next up is the external binding. Now here, the error emitter is explicitly added to a domain via its add method. The next component is the DNS. The DNS module enables name resolution. For example, it is used to look up the IP addresses of host names. DNS module is used to connect to a DNS server and perform name resolution by using the method dns.resolve. The DNS module is also used for performing name resolution without a network communication by using the method dns.lookup. The next component is the debugger. Node.js includes an out-of-process debugging utility accessible via a V8 inspector and built-in debugging client. This Node.js debugger is not feature-packed but supports simple inspection of code. It can be used in the terminal by using the inspect keyword before the name of the JavaScript file. In order to inspect a file, say myscript.js, you can use the following method. Now that we are familiar with all the major parts of Node.js, let's go ahead and learn about the Node.js Express framework. Express is a flexible Node.js web application framework that provides a wide set of features to develop both web and mobile applications. You can assume Express as a layer built on top of the Node.js that helps manage the server and the routes. Now let's have a quick look at some of the core features of Express framework. It is used to design single-page, multi-page, and hybrid web applications. It allows the setting up of middleware to respond to HTTP requests. It defines a routing table that is used to perform different actions based on the HTTP method and URL. It also allows dynamic rendering of HTML pages based on passing arguments to templates. Now moving on, let's take a quick example of a simple Hello World program. Now this is developed using Express framework to gain a better understanding. Alright, first up we have the where express. Now this is used to import Express framework into our Node.js application. Now the app.get method is a callback function with parameters request and response. The request object represents the HTTP request and has properties for the request query string, parameters, body, HTTP headers, etc. The response object represents the HTTP response that an Express app sends when it gets an HTTP request. Now the application will listen to the defined port, which in this case is 8081, and variables host and port will contain the address and the port respectively. Lastly, we have the console.log, which is used to show the address and port in the command prompt. So this is what the command prompt would look like. And finally, the output is displayed on the web browser. Having learned about the Express framework, now let's move on and look at the Node.js use cases. Now it is no doubt that Node stands out for its speed and intensive data exchange. So top industry leaders like NASA, PayPal, Netflix among others incorporate Node.js. First up, we have Netflix. The world's leading internet television network with over 117 million users is one of the top companies that trusted their services to Node.js. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were application scalability and data-intensive application. Now you must be wondering what application scalability is. It is basically the potential of an application to grow in time, being able to efficiently handle more and more requests per minute. And data-intensive application allows millions of people to stream Netflix simultaneously. Next up is Walmart. Now Walmart is the world's largest company by revenue with around $514 billion according to the Fortune Global 500 list in 2019. Again, the reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O and efficient handling of concurrent requests. Now asynchronous I/O, which is a form of input-output processing, allows other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Node.js is able to efficiently handle concurrent requests with the use of thread pool and event queues. Uber. Uber is an American multinational ride-hailing company offering services that include peer-to-peer ride-sharing, ride service hailing, and food delivery. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were asynchronous I/O, quick iterations, and active open source community. As mentioned earlier, asynchronous I/O permits other processing to continue before the transmission has finished. Now quick iterations. Now Node.js is continually being updated and added new features that help in further improvement in the performance of web servers. And finally, active open source community resolves many problems that an organization may face in a particular scenario. Next up, we have NASA. Now, NASA is an independent agency of the United States federal government responsible for the civilian space program as well as aeronautics and aerospace research. The reasons why the company chose Node.js were reduced access times, handling of data-intensive tasks, and the fact that the servers are active 24/7. Now, NASA has lots and lots of data, and using Node.js has really helped them in reducing the access times. It is also continuously handling and working with large streams of data. Node.js is highly stable, which helps in keeping the server active 24/7. Next up, we have PayPal. Now, PayPal is an American company operating a worldwide online payment system that supports online money transfers as opposed to traditional methods like checks and money orders. The reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were the fact that Node.js has extremely fast build times. It allows tasks to be carried out with fewer lines of code when compared to other server technologies like Java and PHP. And Node.js, being data intensive, efficiently handles a large amount of data. Next up is Medium. Medium is a popular online publishing platform developed by Evan Williams and launched in August 2012. The main reasons why the company chose to use Node.js were A. Data-driven applications. Now these applications are ideal for being interfaced with Node.js servers. B. To run A/B tests. Now A/B testing is essentially an experiment where two or more variants of a page are shown to users at random, and statistical analysis is used to determine which variation performs better. Lastly, Node.js server maintenance is simpler than its counterparts. Moving on to the last topic of this session, industry trends. Now, Node.js developers are in demand across the globe since many companies are adopting JavaScript libraries. According to Forbes, it is one of the top 10 most in-demand jobs. According to NodeSource, the total number of Node.js downloads increased by 40% in the last 1 year. The use of Node.js in production has increased dramatically since its release in 2010. With early adopters such as LinkedIn, PayPal, and Netflix, among others, Node.js has seen an exponential increase in its use in web development. The popularity of Node.js is also accounted to JavaScript. Now, since JavaScript is the most popular language, as evident from a survey conducted by Stack Overflow in 2019, many developers can start working on Node.js library with not much of a learning curve. Node.js developers are being offered better salary options than other web technology developers. According to PayScale, the average salary of a Node.js developer in India is around 6,13,000 rupees per year. The average salary of a Node.js developer across the United States is around $105,000 per year. In this video, we'll help you install Node.js on your Windows system. So without further ado, let's begin. The first thing you need to do is download Node.js from their official website. So go ahead and type download Node.js. Navigate to their official website, and here you can see the 64-bit version. So go ahead and download that. Once the download is done, go ahead and run the downloaded Node.js installer. Accept the license agreement. Keep the default settings as it is. And then say install. So with that, we finished the installation process. Once Node has been successfully installed, the next crucial step is verification. Now this process ensures that Node has been properly installed. To do so, we first open the command prompt and then type in a few commands. To verify the successful installation, we type in this command, node-v. Now this command returns the version, and if it returns the version, it means it has been successfully installed. So here we go, it returns the latest version. Now the final step is to update the Node package manager. Now this npm is bundled with Node.js, which consists of all the repositories and packages required for development purposes. So to do that, type in the command npm install npm -- global. Now that we're done with the installation of Node, let's go ahead and implement a small program. For that, we make use of a text editor. In our case, we've installed VS Code. So go ahead and download VS Code. Once you're done with the installation, this is what VS Code looks like. So go ahead and click on File and create a new file. It's going to be a simple program where you're going to print a hello world message on the web browser. To do that, we make use of HTTP modules. So Node comes with built-in HTTP modules to transfer data across it. So for that, we make use of a require method. We create a variable first, say var HTTP equals require, and just say HTTP within single quotes. Now the HTTP module can create an HTTP server that listens to the server ports and gives a response back to the client. To do that, we make use of the create server method. So let's go ahead and type the code. Say HTTP dot create server, and internally it consists of a function. Now the parameters to this function are request and response. Now the response is basically used to write to the client. So we say response.write, and here we type in the message. We say hello world, welcome to this tutorial. Once you're done with that, you end the response. So the server listens to a port number to display the message. By default, it listens to the port number 8080. So we keep that as it is and we end it. Save your file, say demo.js, maybe demo1.js, and say save. Now to run the program, you have to open the command prompt. So open your command prompt and mention the path to your file. So in our case, it's our desktop, saved on the desktop. So cd desktop. And now to run it, say node demo1.js. Now you navigate to your browser and say localhost 8080. And here we go. Our message is successfully displayed.
Today we're going to jump into Node.js and the architecture around Node.js. So why would you want to get involved with working with Node.js? Well, there's actually a lot of great reasons. A lot of the top web applications that you are working on today are built with Node.js. And the architecture beneath it allows you to not only just build those web applications, but to be able to build end-class applications. And by end-class, we mean microservice-driven applications, so applications that are running on your phone, on your desktop, on your tablets. They can all be built with Node.js. And there are huge advantages around working with Node.js. One of the biggest ones being the huge community around Node.js. Node.js is just one of those standard solutions that you use for building out your core architecture when you're building out an application. And there's just a lot of people out there that are using it. So let's jump into web applications and how it would be of benefit to you with your web solutions. So with Node.js, you have the client side and the server side. And the client side has the solutions that allow you to have hooks into the client side put together very easily. So behind the scenes of the client, you have servers, technology, and connections to your database. So if you're building out your solutions with Node.js, it makes it very easy to be able to architect the entire solution from top to bottom for your entire environment. Whether you're building that locally on a test server, whether you're building for a traditional data center, or if you're working in the cloud. So on the client, you're going to be using technologies such as React.js and Angular. In the server, you're going to be using Node.js, PHP, and Java. And then the database itself is going to be something like MySQL or MongoDB. And actually the number of databases that can be supported with Node.js is increasing all the time. So when you're working with writing your code in Angular or React.js, you can even use Vue. That's actually a great one working with Node.js. You have this client-side framework that provides the hook into the web browser, whether it's a mobile web browser or a desktop web browser. The server is then responsible for taking those requests that are coming from the browser and interpreting them. And so on the server, you're going to run Node.js. You're going to run it alongside with PHP and Java. PHP, if you're not familiar, is a really great way to get started with writing web applications that run on the server. Java is just a really solid traditional application language for building out web apps. And then the server itself is going to be responsible for those client interactions with backend services, connecting with APIs, and reinforcing your security model. Now, can you do all of that in the client? Yes, you can do a lot of that in the client, particularly with the frameworks from Angular and Vue. They are really flexible. You can do some great things there. But one of the things you want to be looking at when you're working with building a web application is really three key things. One is security. The second is being able to scale your solutions, and the third is speed and responsiveness. And what I have found through my own architecture is that if I balance out between client and server the load and the structuring of how you actually build those solutions, it really helps create a very seamless solution to your customer. And then at the back of all of this, you have your database, and MySQL and MongoDB are two popular databases, but you can also use Node.js to connect to many of the cloud databases that are running on AWS, Azure, Google Cloud, IBM, other services. They all have connectors in via Node.js into their databases. So let's talk about the Node.js architecture and understand why it's so good. So to begin with, Node.js has what's called a single-threaded event loop architecture, and this allows you to be able to handle many concurrent clients at the same time. It's just a very flexible way of being able to scale up your support for many clients. And then in addition to that, we have the JavaScript event-based model along with the JavaScript callback mechanism that allows you to have this standard approach to being able to connect with and talk and discuss interactions between the client and the server. It's good to have these kind of standards where you're not using something that's unique to a specific framework or a specific technology. This just makes it so it's more accessible for everybody. So if we look at the actual Node.js server itself, everything centers around the concept of the event loop. And the event loop has an event queue, an operation completed via requests, threaded pull, and then it'll actually do the actual computation or the file system interaction. All of this interconnects in a nice seamless loop. The great thing again with Node.js is that it's not new technology. It's been around for almost a decade. It's very well tried out. Many of the largest websites out there are running Node.js. So let's now dig into each of the parts of the Node.js architecture. So let's talk about requests. So the way that the request works is that you have your framework such as Angular on the client, and that will then send a request to the web server. And there's many ways that those requests can happen through web workers, through forms, and through other interactions. But at some point, a request is sent to the server. And so these requests can be for data, they can be for deleting data, they can be for updating data, they can be for interacting with services as mentioned before, but the goal is to have some kind of request. Now, once that request actually hits the server, and then we start actually getting into the queuing and threading process that centers around the event loop. And this is where Node.js really excels because it's able to use that single-threaded model to be able to manage from just even a few requests to tens of millions of requests. So it receives the actual request and starts the event queue. And this is where that single threading process starts, is by queuing everything up appropriately. And then it then maintains the threads within a pool. So you have the queuing process as one action, and then you have a threaded pool which manages those threads as well. And then we have an event loop which goes through and actually receives and processes those requests. And then finally, what we're doing is we're actually then going to be interacting with a system, and that could be a database, it could be a cloud system, it could be an API, file system, but we're interacting with something that's outside of the Node.js server. So the Node.js server itself is doing some actions on the server, but then it's also interact with things outside of its own server environment. And so let's talk a little bit about that workflow. So requests come in, they go into the event queue, and they get spiraled through the event loop. And then we have a non-blocking operators, which are going to be doing the input-output polling, such as KQ, ePoll, and other services. And from there, we're also going to be then interacting with the threaded pool, and we're using the blocking operations to manage that threaded pool. And that threaded pool is going to now then go outside of the server and interact with something beyond the server. So whether that is a database or file system or API or microservice, these are the things that can be interacted with. And so let's go through some of these advantages that we have here. So I'm a fan of working with Node.js, so I have lots of advantages. So one of the big ones though, right off the bat, is the ability to be able to handle multiple client requests quickly and easily. This really is important as we move into our digital ecosystems and we start scaling up solutions. You'll find that as you build successful apps, the demand for those apps will grow exponentially. And what that means is you need to be able to have a solution that can interact with requests quickly and easily. There's no need to create multiple threads because of the event loop. Again, this is another thing that's really critical when it comes to building out solutions. You want to be able to have a solution that can scale massively at the flip of a switch. Now, particularly as we start working on building out cloud-based solutions. Node.js also utilizes really low resources and memory. Again, when it may seem like a small thing when you have a solution and it's using just maybe a small amount of memory, but if that solution keeps adding to that memory usage, you then restrict it for how big that application can grow. So the less resources and memory a solution is using, the faster and higher it can grow in scale. And we're going to be going through working with Node.js and Node Package Manager today. So let's go through why you'd want to sit through this tutorial and what you're going to learn. Well, first of all, we're going to talk about the Node.js modules and why Node.js being a modular architecture is of benefit and how you can leverage that. Then we're going to talk about what Node Package Manager is and how you can use it with the modular architecture. Why you'd want to use NPM. How we actually go through and do the installation of NPM. It's actually pretty easy, so you should be able to jump on that really quickly. Then we'll actually go ahead and actually go through the details of what it takes to create a package.json file with NPM. And finally, we'll do a live demo. We'll actually step through using terminal window to actually interact and build out an NPM package. So let's get started. Let's talk about Node.js modules first and understand the architecture and the modular structure behind Node.js so that you understand why it's so important to have NPM. So let's talk a little bit about modules. So modules in Node.js, they provide the functionality that you can use for your application. So the actual architecture of Node.js is built in such a way that it allows you to be able to create solutions and extensions very quickly and easily. So it has many modules that require different functionality for different applications that you can customize and modify to meet your needs. So some of the most popular modules that you have for Node.js include Express.js, which is becoming an ever more popular backend architecture for building out solutions. We have React.js, which is from Facebook. We have Node Daemon, an open source solution. And each of these modules are very big solutions in themselves, but you can also create smaller modules that would be of benefit to the types of applications you're creating. So you can kind of think of modules in a sense as microservices, so that you can actually build out solutions that you can reshare over and over. They're not quite the same, but similar kind of thought process for actually how you interact with them. So let's go through what NPM is. So NPM itself stands for the Node Package Manager. No great shakes there. As the name says, it's responsible for all the packages and modules that are bundled within Node.js. So the Node Package Manager itself really has two key functionalities. The first is that it is a central repository for all packages and modules, which you can then search through online. You can go to search.nodejs.org and you can find all of the packages and modules that are out there. The second is that it's also a command line or terminal line utility that allows you to install those packages. So you can actually go through and you can see the version management and dependencies within those packages, and you can control the packages themselves. So why would you use NPM? So NPM is really useful for being able to extend the project you're working on. So when you're building out a project, one of the concepts I like to use is the concept of Lego bricks. Big fan of Lego. And what's great about Lego bricks is that they're all individually by themselves, very small, very specific functionality. But if you actually get a whole collection of Lego bricks together, you can build like crazy cool things. So think of when you're working with the Node Package Manager itself, is that each of those individual pieces that you're working with, each of those individual packages are their own Lego bricks, and by themselves you can then edit and update and maintain that piece separately from the whole environment. As long as your inputs and outputs, really the piece where you snap the Lego in or when you connect the Lego to something else, are interacted and open and well documented, then you can actually then use those modules effectively throughout your project. So you can actually then be able to do that. You can do version control on your codes and dependencies. You can do testing very easily. And then once you actually get to the point where you go, yes, I want to release a new module, you can do that effectively using NPM, and it will actually go through and do the actual deployment for you. So let's go through the NPM installation. So the actual package manager itself is included with the installation of Node.js. So if you've installed and you're running Node.js locally, then you've already installed the package manager. But you can also access it through command line or terminal window on your data server or in your server farm or via the cloud. If you haven't now downloaded Node.js, here's the website where you can go down to install it, and there's Windows and Mac versions of that code as well with the installers, which allow you to get up and going very quickly. You want to be able to run the installer and accept all the default settings. To begin with, you want to kind of have the standard setup so that you are most familiar with the normal settings before you start getting to the point where you're a master and you're tweaking things. There is a way that you can open up the command window or the terminal window. And once you've actually installed Node.js, to verify that it's actually installed, you can write the command node-version, and it'll actually then pull out the version of Node.js that you have installed, and then you'll be able to see that you've got it actually up and running. And then you can also do the same thing for NPM. You can do npm-version, and it actually will then show you which version of the Node Package Manager you have running, so you can actually take full advantage of that program and verify that it's actually up and running. So let's actually look inside of a package. So packages themselves are actually just JSON files. If you're new to this space, JSON file is a structured file format that's based on JavaScript. It's a very XML-like format for being able to write instructions for the actual package itself. And so the JSON file forms really kind of the heart of each package you create. It has all of the metadata that you'd have about a particular object, and then it provides a root directory to any of the applications or modules that the package may be referencing. In addition, it has any other additional information about the project that adds, such as dependencies and other files that need to be included. So here we have is an example of a package that would be created using npm JSON script. And you can actually take this package file as it is right here and use the command npm init, and it'll actually run this package. And so you would actually then have a demo application up and running really quickly. You can then go ahead, if you want to, you can edit any of these parameters. So like, for instance, if you wanted to change the description or the version or what is the main index script that would be written, these are all things that you can edit very quickly and easily. You can just use text editor to make any of these edits. And so we have the different metadata that can be updated. And so this is where we go in and do a full demo of working with npm. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to go ahead and actually run a demo of using npm. And to do that, I've got 3 windows in front of me right now. So I have this window here, which is my terminal window, where I'll be doing all of my instructions. Then I also have a folder which shows where I'll be putting all of the files. And then finally, I'll actually have a text editor. In this case, I'm using VS Code because it's free, but you can use any text editor you like to be able to go in and show what the code that's been created by npm in the JSON file, so you can actually see what it looks like. And then we'll modify it a little bit. So first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and create a new project folder. So I'm going to go in, I'm just going to move into, I'm going to do change directory and go into the project folder, and we'll see down here that we have an empty project folder, but for this one I'm actually going to go ahead and I'm going to create a new directory in this one, and I'm going to call this one Simplilearn. And there we are, we've created a new Simplilearn folder, and we are going to move into the Simplilearn folder. And so we're now in the Simplilearn folder. There's nothing in there right now. So the first thing we want to do is we want to go ahead and initialize this folder as a project folder for working with npm. Now to do this, you will have to have already installed npm. If you have Node.js, npm comes with it. And if you want to see whether or not you have npm installed, so you can just do npm-version. And that will actually tell you what the version of npm you have installed is. And it also verifies that npm is installed. So I've gone ahead and I've been able to validate that I have npm installed. So what I'm now going to go ahead and do is I'm going to initialize this folder. So to do that, just do npm init. And you'll see that the path is that we're already in the Simplilearn folder. And then when you do that, it's going to ask you some questions. So what is the package name? We're going to go with the defaults for right now, and then I can show you how we can edit those in a little bit. We're going to go with just say yes to all of these just by hitting return. And you'll see here that we're going to create a new folder called a package.json folder. This is the instructions that we have in the folder. Do we want to go ahead and create this? We want to. And it's going to go ahead and do that. And we can see now in our folder here that we actually have package.json. So we go ahead and open this up with VS Code. Here we are. We can actually see what all of the information is. We can go ahead and we can actually go and update this metadata if we want to. I'm going to leave it as is for right now because I want to show you a couple of other things. So a lot of times when you're actually working with npm, and the reason why you're using npm is that you want to take advantage of packages that are freely available in the open source community that are supported by Node.js. And one of those is a package called Express. And Express is a lightweight framework for building out web applications, similar in concept to Angular or React.js. I like using it, and it's also a great way to be able to show how we can install this using npm. So to install this, you just start with the command npm and then you type install. And then we type the name of the package. And we hit enter. And it goes ahead. And what you'll actually see is a couple of things. One is we have a dependency in our package path. We also have, so this is in our JSON package, that is now a dependency that's written in there. We can also go in and under our node modules, we actually see that we have, we scroll down, we should see Express. There it is, Express. Now, if we decide that we don't want to use Express, we can actually just come in and we can write command npm uninstall. I can type Express. Oops, I did a typo there, so let's try that again. npm uninstall Express. And a couple of things can happen. One is in our JSON file, the dependency for the Express file has now been removed. And we can also see that under our node modules, there are no extensions there. So this is kind of cool. This allows us to be able to see that we can easily add and remove packages. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to install Express again. So install Express. Oops. npm install Express. All right, so it's gone ahead and it's installed Express. Now, one of the things that will often happen is that when you're working with a package, the actual JSON package, so you'll receive this file, and you want to be able to go ahead and install all of the sub-modules that come with it. So you can go through and you can manually install them like this, or you can actually run an install command so you can actually install all of them at once. I can just show you what that looks like, because we're going to actually go ahead and simulate as if we're going to install Bootstrap, which is another popular framework. Bootstrap. And we're actually going to go with, and then we'll save that. And what we'll see is under the packages that Bootstrap isn't listed in there. We do have Express. There it is right there. So we now come over to our new commands. We can actually write the command npm install. And now slight typo, let's try that again. Let's do npm install. Okay, it does help to save your file. So let's go ahead and let's run npm install. And when you do that, what we'll now actually have is not just Express, but we'll also see that Bootstrap has also been added. Now, I don't recommend that you use the star symbol, which will install the latest version of Bootstrap, because you obviously haven't tested your application against that, but it gives you an idea of what's happened here. Now, if we want to, we can actually go in here and we can say install Bootstrap, and it will actually remove that from your JSON package. So there we are. That's how you work with using npm, from getting started with a setup for a base initialization of your package, going through to creating the first package, being able to set up and control the naming convention for each of the items within the metadata that provides the instruction for the package, how you can then put in dependencies such as Express and Bootstrap, how you can install them and remove them, and actually do all of this through command line. If you have any questions, please let us know. And today we're going to talk about how you can take MySQL, a very popular open source database, and Node.js, a very popular architecture for building up web applications, and pull the two of them together and why you'd want to do that. So let's jump in. So first of all, let's cover why you'd want to go through this tutorial. So we're going to cover what MySQL is. We're also going to tell you how we're going to connect with Node.js and why you'd want to do that with MySQL. And then finally, we're going to do a demo taking you through all the steps on how you can actually do that kind of connection. So what is MySQL? Well, basically, MySQL is probably the world's most popular relational database. So if you think of relational databases that are table-driven, MySQL is arguably the most popular database out there for RDBMS systems. It is by far the most popular open source relational database. The entire database is written in C and C++. It's been around for a really long time. Again, it's open source, which is great, which means that there are no licenses or costs for actually using MySQL. And you'll find that companies of all sizes, from small mom and pop shops all the way up to massive global enterprises, are all using MySQL. So, why would you want to then take that next step of connecting Node.js with MySQL? Well, fundamentally, it comes down to the basics of the differences between the two products. MySQL is a database, and Node.js is an architecture framework for building out web applications. Again, with MySQL, it's open source. It's free to use. You don't have to pay anything. There are no licenses, which, if you compare it with other solutions out there, is a big deal. MySQL, even though it is open source, is incredibly powerful. It's one of the more mature open source programs out there. I think Apache is probably arguably more, Apache web server is probably more mature, but MySQL is very close behind it. So it has had a huge amount of investment. This is not a solution that's only a couple of years old. We're talking about a solution that's more than 15 years old, very, very structured, very powerful, and you can do a lot of really good things with it. You can actually then build solutions with it using PHP, Java, really any kind of database. Even other systems and other frameworks will allow you to interact with MySQL. And it just allows you to work with just huge amounts of data very, very quickly. So let's go through a demo of how you'd actually use Node.js and MySQL. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to get started by putting our Node environment together. So let's start by selecting Node.js and downloading it. So we'll go to nodejs.org. And there you have your options for Windows, Mac, or if you want to go for the source code, you can go ahead and download and install that. The next is to install XAMPP. And so we're going to go to XAMPP installers for a quick search, and that's on our ApacheFriends.org site. And here we have XAMPP available for Windows, Linux, and Mac OS X. And then finally, we want to go ahead and install Visual Studio. So Visual Studio is going to be our IDE, our integrated development environment. In this instance, we're going to use Visual Studio Code. If you don't use Visual Studio Code, it's a great free open source solution for being able to build applications. I'm a big fan of it, so I encourage you to use it. Go ahead and download, install that. And we have Visual Studio code up and running. So go ahead and we're going to open up a new folder. And let's go ahead and create a new folder. We'll just put it straight off our desktop here. And it's just for kicks and giggles. So we're just going to type in node MySQL for our source code. And we'll open up that folder and select that. And so we now have this folder selected in our Visual Studio Code editor. And what we want to do is we want to get rid of the welcome page. We don't really need that anymore. and we're going to terminal window, so we can actually see the scripts that we're writing. We're going to be using terminal quite a bit in this. So for instance, we're just going to test that we have npm installed. We do, so that's great. And we're going to go npm init, and that's actually going to set up our own node package module. And we can actually see that the JSON file for that package has been created. So we go in there, we can see that all the defaults are selected. You'll see that index.js is the default file that will be created. So we're actually going to go ahead and we're actually going to create our own index.js file, and we're going to add in some instructions into that file to actually install the correct software from the npm package. And the first thing we want to do is install Express, which is a package that's great for building lightweight web applications, not mobile applications. I suppose if you're doing a responsive design, then I guess it would be mobile. But in this, it's a web application environment. So we're going to put in the requirements for that, and then we're going to also go and require that MySQL gets installed. And you'll see that for both of them, we're just going to use npm's default commands for creating that, and we'll go down to the terminal window and we'll do npm install, and it's going to install the Express and MySQL environment. And as that installs, you'll actually see on the left-hand side under the folder, you'll actually see the files starting to be installed. So for instance, we have the node modules, and underneath that will be all the subsequent files that we need. And there we are. Everything is installed. All right, so let's go ahead and validate some of these commands to make sure everything is installed. So we're going to open up XAMPP, which allows us to go in and view and see that everything's installed. So we have MySQL installed, we have Apache installed. We can start and stop the services with XAMPP. Go ahead and do that. You can do this through terminal window as well, but the UI interface is really nice. So let's go into my SQL interface, and you'll see that we don't have any databases. These are all just the standard test databases, and so we have to go ahead and create one. And so let's get our SQL database connection created. So we're going to write const db equals MySQL create connection, and we want to connect to the local host in this instance, and user is just going to be a root user account, which is the standard user account that comes from MySQL. There is no password for the root user when you're running it locally, but I encourage you to change that as quickly as you can, because you don't really want to have a password-free environment. And now we want to be able to then connect to the MySQL environment. So we'll write db.connect, parentheses error, and we want to throw an error message if the connection isn't good. So if we do error, we'll throw the error message to the log window. And if we don't, then we'll write MySQL connected. All right. And then we want to connect that to our Express app. The next step we want to do after we made our connection is to go ahead and create a database. So we're going to do both steps at the same one. So we're running the script right now, and then we'll run the commands in the terminal window so we can actually create a database. And so we're going to go ahead and we want to create a database. And let's write let SQL equals create database. And we're going to call the database Node MySQL. You can call it whatever you want, but this is just a Node MySQL script. The DB query SQL error throw error message res.send database created. So we'll throw a message saying that database has been created. Let's go save that to demonstrate that we've connected and we've created a database. So let's go ahead and we'll do node index.js to run that, and we've connected to MySQL. That's great. Good first step. And then we'll go to the window and we'll go to localhost 3000, which is the default connection. But what you'll see is that we've actually created the name of the database has been changed to Node MySQL. So we've got an error message, which we expected. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and we're going to say we want to listen. And if the error message comes up to 3000, then in the console window, we want to put a message of server started on port 3000. So let's try that again. Node index.js. Yep, and server has started in port 3000. We'll refresh that. Nope, still getting an error message. And what we want to see is, let's go ahead and see our database hasn't been created. So let's go and connect to database. The database is, let's go ahead and click create DB on port 3000. All right, so by doing that, we run that command and that function, and that goes ahead and creates our database. And we'll actually see that we have now Node MySQL has been created. Great first start. Now we have to go in and create some tables because we have no tables in there. All right, so let's go down and let's go ahead and create a table. So what you're seeing right now is that we're using the index.js environment within a package on Node.js to actually create and control everything that we want to see in our windows. So all of the work that we're doing for creating a table, for creating the database, for initializing the core files, it's all being done through JS. And so here we are, we're going to create a new table. We call it it's going to be called the employee table. And so once we run the command create employee, it's going to create a table, has the employee fields, which is going to have an ID, which will be an integer that will go into auto increment. They'll have a name field. And we'll also put in a designation field. And we'll have a primary key as well. Keep it very simple for right now. And let's just put our DB connection so that everything connects effectively. Okay, so if everything goes correctly, then we'll have the message employee table created. So let's test this out. And Node.index.js. Make sure that the data we have now actually a database field that we can connect to. So we've got Node MySQL, so we're connecting to the correct database. Otherwise we get an error. And then we'll try that again. Yay, we connected to the database. So the database has a name. And because we've got Node MySQL, there's no fields in there yet. So let's go ahead and put in create employee for the fields, and let's run the function that creates the new table. And then voila, we have a new table. And so the next action we want to do is actually populate the table with a record. So this starts becoming familiar. So we're now going to put in a single record. We'll call it employee 1 for right now. And we'll write the function employee 1, and when we run that function, it'll actually go ahead and it'll actually insert the record into MySQL. And the name will be Jake Smith, and the designation will be a Chief Executive Officer. Certainly encourage you to put your own name into this, make yourself your own CEO, because why not? And we're going to make this as an insert record. We're going to insert into the employee table. And we're just using some basic SQL scripting here. And what you'll see actually with Visual Studio Code is that it's actually providing a lot of prompts to make it easier to write your code. Microsoft is looking to actually add some AI to Visual Studio Code to actually start auto-completing scripts, which will make it even easier to write your code. All right, so let's go run node index.js. We see we've got everything connected, and we'll grab the function employee1, and let's go over to our Express site. And let's just go and we'll insert the command employee1. Employee has been added, and we will just validate this by going back to MySQL, and we'll refresh it, and you'll see if we click on the employee table, we should now have an employee in there. Yep, there we do. Jake Smith. Well done, Jake. First record. All right, so we want to be able to now select the employee. So let's go ahead and do that. And we want to be able to easily get the employee list. So let's use our SQL command and we'll do select star, which is everything from the employee table. So we're actually pulling everything from the employee table. We're going to query the database. Let's throw a message to confirm that the query is successful. We'll put everything in the console log results. All right, let's give this a whirl. Okay, so let's go and run our command. Localhost 3000. But get employee. And it says employee details fetched. Now we go to the console window in Visual Studio. Yep, there we go. We have now all the packet information, including the ID about Jake Smith. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can actually update the employee information. So as you can see, now we're starting to run into just our standard SQL commands. And so we want to be able to update the employee from a browser. And as you can tell, we're not using any forms or any other types of records. We're just simply interacting between the browser, the server, and the database. And the new name will be updated name. And we have to make sure we're updating the appropriate record. And we will make sure that we're matching against ID 1. Right, so let's run that. And Jake Smith is there. Now go and select Jake employee :/1. We've now gone ahead and updated the Jake Smith information. So let's click on employee table, and we now see it says updated name. I know, not very creative, but it allows you to see a change. And finally, we can go ahead and delete the record as well. So it's going to be similar to update, but I'm deleting instead. And we're going to delete the record from the employee table, where ID equals, and ID. And then we want to be able to show that the record has been deleted. Okay. Set delete employee deleted, and we go to database, you can actually see from the employee table that there are no entries. The one and only record that was there has been deleted. And so this shows you how you can very easily control everything from using your connection into MySQL right from Node Package Manager. You can create a table, you can select your records, you can then update any record that you selected, and finally you can delete any record that you want to be able to delete. And we're going to be going through some of the simple questions that you would be asked during a Node.js interview. What we're going to do is we're actually going to break out the section into 3 key areas. There'll be beginner questions, there will be intermediate questions, and advanced questions. And the expectation is, as you go through this video, is that these questions could be pushed together as you're going through the interview. Kind of think of it like this: is if you answer the beginner questions that you would get asked at the beginning of the interview with confidence and surety, then the client is going to then jump to those intermediate and advanced questions quite quickly, and they're looking for people who can help them serve and solve their problems at that more intermediate and advanced level. So let's just get started. So the first question you're probably going to be asked is, what is Node.js? Do you know what it's for? And essentially, Node.js is one of the most popular, if not the most popular, open source cross-platform JavaScript programs. It allows you to build out web applications that run on the server. It's extremely flexible. It allows you to implement a lot of solutions outside of just the core programming runtime. And it allows you to build solutions extremely quickly in an open source mindset for DevOps. It is used essentially for creating client-side web applications. We'll see this later on, and you may want to talk a little bit about using Express.js and how you can build out APIs to work with Node.js and connecting to databases such as MongoDB. And that is also really good for being able to store data-intensive applications that are asynchronous and event-driven in their model. And this is important when you're talking about creating applications that can scale rapidly. So you're going to then be asked, how does Node.js work? Well, Node.js itself is actually built on the V8 engine, and the V8 JavaScript engine is the same engine that runs JavaScript in your Chrome web browser, extremely fast. It allows for high output and non-blocking through your I/O input and outputs, and is single-threaded event loop. So you're going to be then asked, where can you use Node.js? And the reality is that the applications for Node.js keep expanding, but there are some core applications that you can work with Node.js right now, such as web applications, distributed system, and network applications. Probably referencing the web applications is a really good starting point, because here you can actually talk about maybe some examples that you've done where you're building out some of these web applications. Indeed, one of the things that you want to be consistently doing and peppering your answers with is examples of work that you have done. Now, it doesn't matter if those examples are purely experimental or training examples that you've done. The fact that you've actually worked with Node.js and created a distributed system or a web application is really valuable, because it shows the person that you're meeting with that you have knowledge and understanding and practical experience of applying the theory of working with Node.js with the practice of working with Node.js. So be asked about, essentially the I/O refers to the transfer of data in and out of a system. And that's really it. And there's a reason why Google calls their conference I/O. It's the transfer of data in and out of our brains at their conference. The application is the same here. It's about moving data in and out of systems through using Node.js. And that every event can be tracked, whether it's on a physical device, a network, or files within a system. Again, it's input and output. So let's go through and, you're going to be asked, can you explain the difference between front-end and back-end development? And this is a question that I get asked a lot when I'm meeting with clients. People get really confused about what is the difference between front-end and back-end development. Bottom line, front-end is what gets resolved inside of your web browser or the app on your mobile device. Backend is what gets resolved, essentially what we call the back office or server-side applications, but that's becoming more and more synonymous for what gets run in the cloud. So web applications really get a lot of the functionality of a web application gets run in the front end. And I think with CSS, HTML5, client-side JavaScript, it's all going to get run in the front end. Everything else, such as connecting to a database, gets run behind the scenes in the back end. And anything that's going to have like graphics is going to be on the front end. APIs are going to be run on the back end. And then just finally, some of the scripting languages that use it on the front end. So HTML, CSS, JavaScript, those are all common core scripting languages that you would use. You can use frameworks such as AngularJS and React.js or Vue. Those would be front-end frameworks. Back-end frameworks would include Java, PHP, Python, and Node.js are some of the back-end technologies. You'd also throw in there .NET as well. It's just a whole litany of front-end and back-end technologies and frameworks that you can use. And this is actually a good point to kind of explain the experience you have outside of just working with Node.js, but other technologies that you've been working with that potentially that the client is also using. So another question you're going to be asked when you're looking at Node.js is, can you tell me about NPM? And so when somebody asks you what is NPM, the first thing you're going to respond is, do you mean Node Package Manager? And the reason why you want to respond like that is that you want to qualify their question with understanding that you know what they're talking about, but you want them to verify that. And so Node Package Manager is NPM. And it's responsible for packaging all of your modules that you're working with in Node.js. And we have a whole series of videos that we've done on Node.js, and every single one of them includes references to NPM. So you're going to be asked, okay, you told me what it is, can you go into a little bit more details? So can you provide two main functionalities? And so one of them is being able to manage online repositories of modules and packages. So you can go to like search.nodejs.org and you can find packages that you can install into your solution, such as Express.js. And it also provides a command line utility that allows you to manage your packages very quickly through terminal window or command line. I use VS Code a lot, Visual Studio Code, and it has a command line utility built right into it that allows me to interact with NPM. So what are some of the modules in Node.js? And so, modules in Node.js, they're essentially like JavaScript libraries. So you can think of some of the JavaScript libraries that you may have used. The functionality is somewhat the same, but they're designed for Node.js and to run on the server. And there are ways in which you can go ahead and create some of those modules. So for instance, if we're creating a web server, you can actually use the require command to be able to require that the server be there. So the example we have on the right-hand side shows that we really do need to have HTTP, which is a web server, and we require that to be installed. And so that if you're running that NPM package, it will actually install the HTTP server, and then you can actually write some code to actually then listen on the local host port 2000 for where you'd be running your application. And there are just, there's a whole bunch of modules that come with Node.js right out of the gate. And here are some of the modules that you have. We also referenced just earlier on, HTTP is a core module for running a web server. You have a utility function that is useful for developers to assess features within your Node.js project. You have a URL module for any URL parsing you'd be doing. And you also have a stream, which allows you to be able to stream data in and out of your system and be able to manage how that's being worked. And then zlib, which allows you to compress and decompress files so that you can keep your storage of files to a minimum. So a question you're going to be asked is, why is Node.js being preferred over backend technologies such as Java and PHP? Particularly with Java, it's a very mature, stable language. It's been around for more than 20 years. PHP runs some of the most powerful and largest websites out there, such as Facebook. So why would you use Node.js? Well, the first response is kind of a gimme, but it is really fast. And if you watched any of the videos that we've done on Node.js, building out solutions and developing the solutions, you'll see just how fast it is. The second is the really kind of the secret sauce with Node.js is the Node Package Manager. And Node Package Manager allows you to install additional functionality such as Express or Mongo as a database into your solution really quickly. And there's over 50,000 bundles available for Node Package Manager. If you're building out a real-time application that's data intensive and you need to have APIs quickly developed, then Node.js is really the great solution for you. It allows you to build out these solutions really quickly. And there is a easy synchronization between the server and the client due to the code base. And then finally, because the structure of Node.js is JavaScript, if you are making the pivot from being a front-end web developer to Node.js, it's just going to make it a lot easier for you to pick up Node.js because you have that common language of JavaScript. And on top of that, JavaScript is the world's most popular scripting language. So let's talk about some of the differences between Angular and Node.js. And so the reason why this question may come up is the person interviewing you is seeing whether or not you do know the difference between a front-end framework and a back-end framework. And this is one of those questions where you can go, well, there are differences, but the differences are because they complement each other. So Angular is a front-end development framework, whereas Node.js is a server-side framework. Other differences, though, between the actual frameworks themselves is that Angular is written in TypeScript, which is a modification of JavaScript. Node.js is written in C and C++. Angular is used for building out single-page client-side web applications. And so that's the key word there is client-side. Whereas Node.js is about building out fast and scalable server-side network applications. Again, the two complement each other. Angular splits web applications into the MVC and model view control components, whereas Node.js generates a lot of database queries. It does more than that as well, but you can think of Node.js as that glue to your database. So let's talk a little bit about when you're connecting to a database with Node.js. And so you're going to probably be asked, what is the most popular database used with Node.js? And there are a couple. MongoDB is largely the most popular NoSQL cross-platform database. MySQL is also very popular, and that's a more traditional relational database. You would go with MongoDB for really more modern solutions. When you're looking at creating an application that's going to really scale into just managing masses and masses of data that has to be created, read, updated, and deleted very, very quickly. For some of the other popular libraries that you use for Node.js, Express.js is a very popular one. I really like working with Express.js. It allows me to build out web applications really quickly. More importantly, it allows me to build out APIs very quickly, and which, APIs are essentially web applications themselves. But being able to do that very quickly with a framework like Express.js is very useful. Mongoose is an application that makes connecting to a Mongo database really easy. So here is an example of Express.js, which is in itself really a flexible but a solution that you can do lots with, and Mongoose, which is a more focused solution, which allows you make it easier to connect to your databases. So, what are the pros and cons of working with Node.js? There's lots of ways, and we explained this earlier on, that you can actually build out applications that run on the cloud. Why would what are the pros and cons? So a pro is that Node.js is extremely fast at processing an event-based model. It really is fast. A con is if you have something that is a very heavy computational task, it's not so good at that. Now, I will caveat that this is that Node.js is getting better all the time. And so you might have to provide an example of what a very heavy computational task is. And that may be calculating a risk on an insurance application against many, many variables. That may be something that's seen as computationally very heavy. But what you can do in that example is you can then offload the task to another solution that's designed for it and use APIs to pass the data back and forth. Pro, JavaScript is used for building out your applications with Node.js. Great, lots of people know JavaScript. A restriction, and again, this is evolving as JavaScript itself evolves, is that when you do a callback, you may end up doing lots of nested callbacks if you're doing something that's very complicated. Again, another way around the con. And so this is one of the things that I always look for is if you have a blocker or a barrier, how do you get around that barrier? And so, for instance, when you're talking to your recruiter, you can say, look, the reason why I use Node.js is that it's fast, it's event-based driven, I can use JavaScript. There are some challenges, but what I do to get around those challenges and that's where you can say that, you may run the complex script off and you may write that in .NET or Java or PHP, and then use an API to do the response back into Node.js. So you get the benefits of both worlds, but minimize the investment in having to manage a complex environment such as Java versus a relatively simple environment with Node.js. The Node Package Manager makes it extremely easy to access just an awful lot of functionality. With over 50,000 packages, there's a package for that. So from being able to have a tool that creates unique identifiers that you might need to have for generating content that gets posted into a database, through to being able to connect to databases, through to running so many different solutions. The NPM Package Manager, with its access to so many different packages, makes it great for getting access to all that content. Now, a con is working with relational databases with Node.js isn't as easy as a NoSQL database. Now, you can do it, and there are ways around that. And what I would do when this question comes up is always kind of pivot to say, hey, this is how you can actually then get around building out that application. Pro for Node.js, designed for streaming huge amounts of data in and out. A con is that Node.js is single-threaded, and so it can be CPU intensive. But again, there are ways around that, and a good way around that is scaling your solution in elastic environments such as the cloud. So what is the command used to import an external library? And so to import an external library, the command is the require command. And so an example we have here is you can start a variable, and the variable is going to be for HTTP. And you're going to then require the HTTP service. That means that the application itself won't run unless the external library, the HTTP library, is installed. Okay, so those were our introductory questions for Node.js. Let's kind of pivot and take a look at the intermediate questions that you would be asked. So what does event-driven programming mean? So event-driven programming means that if something happens, something else will happen in response. So for instance, if you click a mouse, that mouse click is an event. That means something has to respond to that event. Just think of it as cause and effect. It's just the basic motion of physics. So that's what event-driven programming means. You also look at it as a callback function so that when an element is executed, something will happen in response. So what is an event loop in Node.js? So an event loop in Node.js is when you do an asynchronous call. And what that essentially means is that you are sending out data, and then a non-blocking input-output from Node.js is pulling data back in. What is an event emitter in Node.js? So an event emitter has really two areas of focus. One is that it manages the classes that hold all the objects within your event. And we have an example of this on the right-hand side. And then whenever an event actually is thrown, the functions are then called on that event synchronously. So for instance, we have in our example on the right-hand side, we create an event, and then we have the functions that are executed in a series from that event. So let's talk about the API functions in Node.js. So there are two types. One is an asynchronous non-blocking function, and the second is a synchronous blocking function. And the difference between the two of them is asynchronous is that there is no structure to the order for how the API is resolved. Synchronous means that when the feedback from the API is received, you have to execute the response in a series for how the response is sent to you. So what is a package.json file? So the package.json file is at the heart of our Node.js package, when we actually will initialize a solution folder to be a Node.js package. You'll find that the package itself holds all of the metadata that's particular to the project you're working on, such as project name, version, requirements. You have to have it installed in the root of the directory for the project. And again, look at any of the videos that we have on Node.js. We do have demonstrations within those videos that actually then go through and break out how to create that root package. And you'll see how you can actually then go ahead and update the instructions or the metadata within the package. So here we have an example of what that metadata looks like. So again, this kind of continues that question of what is a package.json file? And you may be asked, what is the metadata and why is it important? And the metadata is a basic JSON collection of pairing of key details such as name, version, description, and then the custom version that you put. So for instance, under name, you could create a name for your project. There can't be any spaces. What is the version and description? What is the main or starting path for the solution? Typically, that would be index.js, but it could be anything.js. But index.js is typical simply because index.html is the starting point for a typical web application. So how would you use a URL module in Node.js? So with a URL module, what it allows you to do is really two things. One is that it provides the resolution and parsing of a URL for utilities in your application. And then it allows you to extend your module with built-in solutions and split up the web address into a readable format. So in this example, we have the URL and the response it would give for that URL, which would then be a year and month, and it would be in a readable format. So it would read out as 2020 and then the month. So what is Express.js? Now you've heard me mention this a couple of times in the video, and we actually have a separate video on Express.js. But Express.js is a web application framework that allows you to build out web solutions for both mobile and traditional desktop right inside of Node.js. So it's very easy to use. Being able to install Web.js is as simple as requiring Express to be installed. In the example that we have here on the screen, it's a full solution of showing how to actually build out a solution with Web.js. So in this example, you start off the first two lines, require Express to be installed, and the install comes from Node Package Manager. Then we have a simple application that will then send to the browser window a hello world message confirming that Express is up and running. And then the third block of content, starting with var server, actually will define the port where your application is going to run. So in this instance, the port is going to run on localhost, and the port will be port 8081. And so you can actually go to localhost 8081. And when you do that, that will trigger the application that will forward up the message hello world. And it's all coming from Express.js. So what are streams in Node.js? So streams are objects that allow you to read and write data continuously back and forth within your application. And there's really four different types of streams. There's readable, writable, duplex, and transform. The readable one is streams for which data can be read. The writable is streams that you can actually write to. A duplex is a stream where it is both readable and writable. And transform are streams that can manipulate the data while it is being read or written. So how do you update and delete a dependency? So say, for instance, we want to install something like Express. So if you wanted to install Express, what you would do is you would just write inside of your project. You want to go to terminal window and write in the command npm install Express. If you want to update the dependencies within your Node Package Manager, to update all of them, all you have to do is write the command npm update all dependencies. And then if you want to explicitly uninstall a dependency such as Express.js, that's using the uninstall command. And so that would again be going to terminal window and you would type npm uninstall Express. And again, it's really easy to create a simple server in Node.js that will run a simple command. The HTTP service is actually built into Node.js. You don't need to use Express.js. I typically use Express.js when I want to do a web server, because typically what I find is that I will want to go and do something more complicated. But if you want to do something that illustrates just the core functionality within Node.js, you can actually just require the core HTTP service that actually comes as part of Node.js. And then you can actually then go ahead and tell it to create a service and then to write in plain text a command or a text string, such as in this case, it'll be hello world, that would pop out. And then the final line is to then listen that if you go to a web browser that's on port 127.0.01 or localhost and go to port 8080, once you actually go to that, that will trigger this application and you'll get the text hello world pop up on your screen. So explain synchronous and non-blocking APIs in Node.js. So all the APIs in Node.js are asynchronous, which means that they are non-blocking, which means you can run them continuously and scale around that, which is just fantastic. It's one of the reasons why Node.js can scale so fast. And the API means that the APIs can return data, send data after it's been called, and really increase the efficiency of events as they are triggered within Node.js. So how do you implement async in Node.js? And so the example that we have on the left-hand side allows us to trigger async, and it's using the async function. And as you can see in this example, it's actually something that can be done very quickly. In this example, we're actually making a command to localhost and an app that's running on port 3000. And then depending on what we get, if there's an error message, then we'll have error message go to the console log, which is the terminal window. And if we get a response to an application, then we'll actually get a positive response, which would be fetched response. So again, very quick and easy that you use the async function to be able to build out and to get your asynchronous code. So what is the purpose of module exports? So a module export is a way to encapsulate the entire code for a solution in a single package, in a single file. And then you can then share that with other developers, so you're all working from the same environment. So what is a callback function in Node.js? A callback function is essentially that once you run and you've triggered an event and the response has been given, you want to be able to then have a callback to validate that the task is complete. All right, let's move on to the final set of questions, which is advanced Node.js questions. So what is REPL in Node.js? So REPL stands for read, eval, print, and loop. And this is a reference to the Unix and Linux background that Node.js has. So REPL will perform the following tasks. The read will be actually parsing the JavaScript. It'll read that and store it in memory. Eval takes and evaluates the data structure. Print will then print the results, often on a console window or onto a web page. And then loop loops the above command until the user presses Control-C twice. What is the control flow function? So the control flow function is a piece of code that runs between several of the asynchronous functions. And that's it. It actually controls how those functions execute. So how control flow controls the function calls? And it does it through four ways. One is it controls the order of execution. It collects the data. It limits the concurrency. And then it also calls the next step in a program. Again, this is a management tool for how your functions are called within Node.js. So what is the difference between fork and spawn methods in Node.js? So the essential difference between the two of them is that if you use the fork method, it will actually trigger and create a new instance of the V8 engine, the engine running Node.js, and will then run the application in that new instance. With Spawn, it's somewhat similar. It doesn't actually generate a new V8 instance, so it's actually creating a new process, but it's within the same V8 instance as the previous application that it was spawned from. Explain to me, what is the use of buffer class in Node.js? So with the buffer class, what you're looking at doing is you're actually controlling the raw data of a set of arrays and integers and the memory allocation outside of the V8 heap. Buffer class is used because pure JavaScript is not compatible with binary data. What is piping in Node.js? So piping is the ability to connect the output of one stream to another stream. That could be a data stream, it could be any stream that you're working with. But it does normally get used to pass data from one stream to another. So what are some of the flags used in the rewrite operation files? So R- is used for read, W is for opening a file for writing, A- is opening a file for appending. So the collection that you have here, you don't have to really memorize all of them, but to have a few of them in the back of your mind is always a good reference point. So how would you open a file using Node.js? So the syntax you would use would be the fs.open, and that would then open up a file. Explain to me what callback hell is. So callback hell, also known as the pyramid of doom, is when you have too many nested, unreadable, and unmanageable callbacks intensively cycle within each other. They're constantly reading to each other, and they're not able to resolve the solution. And this is, it's a big problem, and this is why it's called callback hell, because you're not able to finalize the app you're working on. What is a reactor pattern in Node.js? And so a reactor pattern is a concept of non-blocking I/O operations. Can you explain to me the test pyramid for Node.js? So the test pyramid, and this is standard for testing for all DevOps, is really split into 3 key areas. You have unit tests, integration tests, and then end-to-end or E2E tests. The unit tests are tests that you actually do in your raw code that you're working on, and the goal there is to be able to validate that the code you're writing is consistently working. Integration allows you to have tests that integrate your raw code that you're working with in your application with other areas of an application. And then end-to-end is the whole system, the whole interface, as it were, for your solution. Describe the exit codes of Node.js. So an exit code is a specific code that identifies the end of a specific process. And examples of exit codes are unused, uncaught fatal exception, fatal error, internal JavaScript evaluation area. These are all good examples of exit codes. So what is middleware? Can you explain the concept of middleware in Node.js? So with middleware, it is the ability to be able to connect to a system and get data from it that's outside of Node.js. So this may be executing a type of code, or updating and modifying a request and response to a specific type of object, finishing the request response cycle. Can you explain to me what are the types of HTTP requests that you may use when working with Node.js? There are actually quite a lot, but 4 of them that you might use would be get, post, head, and delete. And these are, if you've done any web application before, particularly if you worked with forms inside of a web application, you're probably very familiar certainly with get and post. Get is the request to retrieve data. Post is generally used for changing state in the data. Head is similar to get, but also asks for a response if there's no body content. So if you're developing an API, this would be a good one to use. And delete is used to delete the predetermined source. So how would you connect to MongoDB database and with Node.js? And you use that using the Mongo client. And the example we have on the left-hand side illustrates that. What is the use of Node_env? And so the Node_env is an environment variable that stands for Node Environment in Express Server. So the example we have on the right-hand side allows you to illustrate how you would do that for, say, a production environment. So what are some of the various timing features in Node.js? So the timing functions that you could use here, set timeout and then clear timeout, and use to schedule code execution that you'd have inside of your application. You also have set interval and clear interval to execute a block of code at multiple times in your application. Set intermediate and clear intermediate to execute code that is at the end of your application.
And with that, we come to the end of this full course tutorial. If you enjoyed watching the video, do give it a thumbs up, comment your doubts below, and our experts will answer them for you. Thank you so much for being here. Watch out for more videos from us. Until then, keep coding and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.